Grape Purchasers Code of Conduct. For the benefit of the witnesses, I am the Acting Chair, Senator Glenn Sterle. I'm joined today in the room by Senators Barbara Pocock, Senator Peter Whish-Wilson and Senator Anne Ruston. Other senators may join us throughout the course of the hearing. Before we start, I'd like to remind everyone that these are official parliamentary proceedings. A Hansard record will be prepared and the discussions are being broadcast. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. And I'd like to just acknowledge Senator Matt Canavan, our chair, who couldn't be here today, but who was ably represented by our favourite local, Senator Anne Ruston, and of course the Berry-born girl to my left, Senator Pocock. And I'm now going to welcome representatives from the Renmark Paringa Council and the Berri Barmera Council. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. And I'd like to also thank Senator Whish-Wilson for bringing this inquiry on and getting it put through the Senate. So for the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Tim Pfeiffer, Chief Executive Officer of Berri Barmera Council.
Ella Winnell, Mayor of the Berri Barmera Council.
Tony Sivier, CEO, Renmark Paringa Council.
Thank you. Would any of you wish to make a brief opening statement? And before you do, there is the media here in the room. Hello, media. You know, I've just got to clear with the witnesses. Are you councillors and mayors and CEOs? You're happy to have your photo taken? And yeah, that's all good? Yep. Okay. Yeah. Didn't think that would be a problem. Just, you know the rules. You can't take photos or record anything on the tables. No paperwork. Okay. Thanks very much. Okay. Who'd like to kick off? Mayor?
Thanks. I acknowledge and thank the Senate Committee for holding a hearing session in South Australia and, more importantly, in the engine room of the Australian wine industry, the Riverland. All too often our region is overlooked despite being Australia's largest wine region, so we appreciate you're here with us today. The Riverland produces 30 to 40% of Australia's wine grape crush and 62% of South Australia's crush, with around 410 tonnes of wine grapes crushed each year. While the Riverland councils haven't formally resolved a position on the mandatory code of conduct, and it isn't necessarily our role to do so, we're at the coalface of the compounding pressures of the wine industry in Australia. Any outcomes related to the code or any other interventions, support or transition efforts for the wine industry will directly impact our entire community. The three Riverland councils are home to over 900 wine grape growing properties with more than 20,000 hectares dedicated to wine grape production. The majority of those properties are not only farming businesses but are also people's homes. Approximately 95% of the Riverland's crush goes into large commercial wine brands. There are over 30 wineries in the Riverland, including the largest winery in the Southern Hemisphere just outside of Berri, which has been a critical pillar of our region's economy for over 100 years. The wineries and the wine industry suppliers are the majority of the largest employers in our community. The ongoing challenges facing the wine industry have been felt sharply within our community across these two symbiotic parts of the wine industry, primary production and wine manufacturing. Some challenges like trade tariffs in China, global consumption patterns, high inflation and oversupply are well outside the influence of the local wine industry. Additional structural challenges occur locally, like small land parcels, a remnant of soldier settlement in the district, and an ageing demographic of the irrigation community. Add compounding industry pressures like biosecurity, frost, and critically low grape prices, and we have a perfect storm occurring in the nation's largest wine region. These conditions have led to the unprecedented position of Berri Barmera Council and Renmark Paringa Council offering a rate remission to wine grape growers in financial hardship. Around a third of the Riverland's employment is derived from agriculture or manufacturing, with beverage manufacturing or winemaking being the major manufacturing output. While our neighbouring councils are fortunate to have some agricultural diversification through larger land sizes and broadacre, Berri Barmera's primary production land is almost exclusively under vines. With this single industry reliance, it means that when our wine industry is struggling, the rest of our economy feels it. We see a decline in the areas you'd expect, like agricultural services, retail trade, small business and hospitality, But also our local sporting clubs, community groups see less investment, sponsorship or donations. We see less volunteering as people pick up extra jobs to pay the mortgage. And we see more demand on social services like food bank and mental health services, just to name a few. We also see innovation come from these environments too, and the Riverland has a long history of being innovators, inventors and scrappy fighters who will seize the incredible opportunities of our region to make a life for themselves. Whether it's young farmers looking for their entry into owning their own land, new migrants setting up for a generational future for their families, or existing businesses taking risks to take control of their own destiny, we see some incredible success stories that come from the relatively cheap price of land and water providing an opportunity. From a land use perspective, it's important to note that over the decades, as the Riverland's economy has evolved, the land structure has not, meaning that there's a proliferation of smaller irrigation blocks from the soldier settlement era, which are around 10 to 25 acres or 4 to 10 hectares. The level of income that can be derived from these smaller blocks means many farming families have a need of farm income. The size of these blocks can be a barrier to scaling businesses, increasing markets, value adding or diversification of crop types. The history of soldier settlement blocks, combined with the increase in scale in wine manufacturing operations globally, has led to a large number of very small family farms supplying large wineries. These small-scale primary producers don't have the ability to pass on or offset increasing costs of production. While Council doesn't have a position on the mandatory code, we recognise that many of our local grape growers do face some inherent imbalances in negotiating ability, leverage and alternate options. By enabling early price indicators and consistent payment terms, our grape growers would be able to make business decisions before growing a crop to later sell below the price of production. Ultimately, for our community to be sustainable, we do need a financially sustainable, well-functioning and more stable wine industry across the entire supply chain, both primary production and wine manufacturing, but also through to other parts of the supply chain like exporters and retailers. With the right settings in the industry, the Riverland has the ability to produce wine for Australia and for the world for another 100 years.
Thank you, Mayor Reynolds. Do any of the CEOs wish to add anything?
No.
Nothing? And it was remiss of me, I've just noticed the member for Barker, Mr Tony Passon, in the audience. Great to have you here, Tony, and I know you're a great advocate for your region and, of course, road safety, where we work closely together. Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Look, thank you very much. I suppose whilst we're here on the Code of Conduct, I think, Mayor Winnell, you've pretty much billed the cat. It's a bigger issue for this region than necessarily specifically the Code of Conduct. I'm just wondering, has there been any consideration between the three councils as the peak organisations, I suppose, that represent the interests of this particular wine growing region about what we should be doing to deal with what is globally an oversupply of wine grapes and wine, and how this region can best respond to that, given the greatest asset that we have is flowing past out there? What should we be doing with that from like a structural realignment perspective for this region, and how do we go about doing that?
Look, I think, thanks for your question, Senator. I think it's probably some of the work that PIRSA are looking to work on at the moment, but we certainly need to have some diversification into other industries, so we would suggest there needs to be some work to supply other opportunities for people that do want to exit the wine industry.
Just to add to that as well, I do feel that there is a job to be done in doing some land use mapping of areas under vines in the Riverland to identify genuine alternate land use options. As I mentioned, some of those smaller properties have limited alternate land use options, and they mostly resemble annual cropping, for example, and not necessarily high value, but there are some properties within the Riverland that have genuine alternate high use land uses that may not even be irrigation or irrigated horticulture at all. There could be opportunities for residential developments where there are vines in some towns. There are opportunities for some properties to transition off of irrigation into broadacre cropping. There are opportunities for some land parcels that are along river corridors, for example, to return them to native vegetation, but this thinking and mapping hasn't been done to understand the genuine alternate high value outcomes for that land. And that if that work was done, we would collectively be able to make much more strategic decisions.
Do you want to add anything, Mr. Barker?
Yeah, absolutely. So There are, I mean, in addition, there are, some good and genuine alternate crop types that could be planted. It does take, obviously, will of individual growers and also capital to make that happen. But if we did have that land use mapping that Mayor Winnell speaks of, that would at least enable, and that would include soil type mapping as well. It's not just purely administrative land use mapping. It is also goes down to a more granular level, but something like that would absolutely assist growers in the region, us as local government, state government, to start to look at what potential diversification options may exist. We are a irrigated horticulture community at the end of the day, and Senator, you've obviously been a big part of that community for a very long time. We are an irrigated horticulture community. We will be an irrigated horticulture community for many, many years to come as well, and we have grown off of the back of the wine industry. And as the Mayor mentioned in our opening statement, we do hope that we produce 34% of Australia's wine right now. We are the largest wine producing region in Australia by a long shot. We think, with some sustainability adjustments, we think and we hope that we can continue to be the engine room of the Australian wine industry.
I think there is also some work to be done in the retail space and the marketing space. I'm not sure that it's overly sustainable for consumers to be able to buy wine at $3 a bottle in Australia, and there is a role in the retailers domestically as well as in the way that wine is marketed globally to increase the value of the product that we produce here in the Riverland and to not consider it to be a cheap bulk wine region.
One of the concerns that is constantly raised is around with the wine industry obviously in a pretty tough situation at the moment. The greatest asset that most growers have got is their water. Have you as councils taken any position or view around what the potential implications could be of water exiting your communities and then the subsequent implications on those communities because of the fluidity, pardon the pun, of water transfer?
Yeah, the perfect storm that I mentioned in my opening statement is obviously timed with the Murray-Darling Basin water recovery looming, and we have serious concerns about the industry exiting, the primary production industry exiting when those water recovery measures are undertaken, and if they're not done in a measured and strategic way, if they're done haphazardly, where properties come offline that don't have genuine alternate uses, that has a serious long-term effect for us in our community, our council, our infrastructure, our rates, as well as our irrigation trusts and their infrastructure running through those properties. So we are working as closely as we can with PIRSA on their submissions to the federal government for the transition plans that are going on at the moment. The timing is very scary for us at the moment.
Do you have any clarity in the submissions that you've been working on that actually draws the picture of what the implications to the region could be if we have uncontrolled water buyback out of this region?
I think if you look at the ABARES vulnerability index, we rank third, I think, and I reckon Berri Barmera about 10th. So we see ourselves as being seriously at risk, and that's essentially the work we're doing through the Restoring Our Rivers for diversification, and if there is a large chunk of water that is taken out of our communities.
We understand that the state government have identified it as one of the most serious risks of water recovery.
Have you had any contact or any interaction with the Federal Department of Environment and Water Resources now? I'm not quite sure why they change their name every time the election comes. Have you had any interaction and been able to provide input into the decision making around that whole water recovery process that's currently being undertaken?
We had some early contact with the department officials last June.
In early July.
And haven't had any direct communication with the Commonwealth since, because that process is being, the states are being asked to manage that process.
Do you feel like you're having a satisfactory hearing, even though you've had to go via the states, via your state government?
I think there's always challenges, and I think some of those challenges are when it's a state government department operating out of Adelaide, actually having the detailed understanding within that department of what's happening here on the ground and what is also likely here on the ground. I think sometimes there is a bit of a disconnect to an extent.
I think that these kinds of initiatives can be difficult through a government portfolio situation where we have a primary industry issue going on and then a Department of Environment are managing the water recovery, and the crossovers between those two departments at both Commonwealth and state government level means that the people who are delivering those transition programs are specifically responding to the Commonwealth's ask of what submission to create to respond to the planned Commonwealth program, and what it perhaps doesn't allow for is us as a region or the state to look at things outside of that, because at the end of the day the grape growers in our community are struggling and can exit the industry right now if they want by selling their water onto the open market. The water recovery program will be an additional entrant into that market, but it is probably going to happen anyway in an uncontrolled way in some instances. And what I'd like to see is state government and the federal government considering the two issues as being related, but having programs and packages in place for each independently, because people will exit regardless of the water recovery.
I think further to that also, we need to ensure that when there is funds coming from the federal government ultimately post water recovery, that it is actually for economic transition and not just economic stimulus. It's not a case of just getting a new stand at the footy oval. That's not going to cut it. It needs to be genuine economic transition so that we can start A, looking at different crop types, but B, also looking at brand new industries and new industry entrants into this region, because we do have a lot to offer. We do have comparatively cheap land that can be used for irrigation, and I mean, as of right now, temporary water is not exorbitantly expensive. So there is the opportunity for different market entrants there. We just need to make sure that any economic inputs into the region is actually for transition and not just stimulus.
Yeah, so just finally, who should be leading? Oh, sorry.
I think it's further to Tim's comments, Mayor Winnell's open. That's really important for us because we have, particularly in Renmark, the way that it was settled with the Chaffee brothers, it's actually 10-acre allotments, and it's very difficult to make them viable. But we've seen, good examples of where there's been transition into blueberries, for example, and there's been government assistance with the protected cropping. So, I think, that is really important because it's going to be very difficult to make a 10-acre allotment of vines stack up long term into the future.
One of the added complexities of alternate crop types is that transitioning from grapes to another crop type will support the land use for the primary producers, but the other really important part of our economy is the manufacturing side of this and the winery. And so if crops transition to, say, annual crops without that value added component, then our economy still suffers. And strategically, it is difficult it's a bit chicken and egg between the crops being available for then industry to set up a manufacturing facility to process them, or does the manufacturing facility come and say, everyone now plant this thing so that I can feed my manufacturing facility? They're symbiotic.
So who's doing that work or who should be doing that work? Because it sounds to me like we are at a crunch time. We need to take an overarching approach. This is not about one council or the other. It's great you're all three sitting there together. So who should be doing that overarching piece of work? Because it strikes me as if we don't do it now, we'll be complaining about this in 5 years' time when it's all gone to hell.
We often reflect on what happened in South Australia when the automotive industry was struggling and collapsing, and the way in which all of government had a response to that, there was an entire wraparound of the community in Tonsley to understand that there needed to be significant economic transition, but also, the community socio-economic impacts beyond that, and they have rebuilt a future for that community. And I think that when this gets handed to one department or another, that's where we get these fragmented responses.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I think it's interesting to hear your reflections on the Tonsley transition. One of the characteristics of it from the research about that experience was very early long planning, including labour market programs and that broad range of integrated approaches. So I totally endorse what you're saying. I wanted to come more specifically to the purpose of this inquiry, which is around the code and the experiences of growers in relation to large wineries. But before I go to that, you said, Mayor, that when the wine industry struggles, our community suffers, and you mentioned food banks and the mental health system. Can you give us a little more reflection about what the current circumstances are doing to the local communities where you are the Mayor, and of course across more broadly in these two local government areas?
Services are stretched thin at the moment across the board. Berri is the home to a lot of the social services that service the entire Riverland, and I know that the line up to Food Bank once a week is just a few doors down from the council office, and driving past there, often the lines are getting longer and longer each week to get access to food on the table. The mental health services can't get enough professionals to come and service the region. The farm support programs don't have enough resources to provide farm counselling. It's across the board, and that then has flow-on impacts to things like domestic violence and physical health as well as mental health, which then puts pressure on our health services, and it's across the board.
And housing pressures, what are they like across these council areas?
Housing's a national issue, and we're not immune to that here. We have a very, very low rental vacancy rate in Berri, Barmera.
0.63, I think.
0.63%. And so we're in a really interesting situation in terms of economic development, in that 10 years ago, economic development in our community was about trying to create jobs to attract people to come and work here. But now we're in a situation where we need homes, that people do want to come and live here and work here. And it is not a doom and gloom situation for our economy, provided we can get housing. And to Tim's point about strategic transition efforts rather than stimulus efforts, they are the kinds of opportunities that really will set our community up for the future if we can get significant large-scale housing developments. As part of that land transition, we think our community will be better off.
You mentioned rate concessions as a consequence of the state of the industry. What are they doing to your ability as local government service provider? We walked down the street in Barmera yesterday, beautiful gardens, well-maintained lawns. How is that holding together your service provision in light of the crisis that the wine industry is in?
Yeah, our service, from an operational perspective, our service provision hasn't really changed as yet. And in terms of there has been reasonable access to those rate remissions, but it hasn't actually had a substantial impact on the council finances yet, providing those rate remissions. It may do at some point, but at this point in time, we are still able to maintain our assets. We are still able to maintain our nice, lovely public spaces, especially like the main street of Barmera. But in time, it probably will die.
Just to add as well, I think Tony will speak to Renmark Paringa, but For us at Berri Barmera, because the entire economy is reliant on that wine industry, when discussing rate remissions for primary producers, there has been a conversation about the local retailers in our main street who are also currently struggling because of the wine industry downturn, and if we provide rate remissions to one part of the community, then the rest of the community needs to pick up that slack. And during a cost of living crisis, just having a house at the moment costs you money in rates, and so these are very, very delicate decisions that council needs to make every year about which levers we pull to support which parts of the economy.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I think in terms of Renmark, Paringa, we pride ourselves on keeping our community looking good. We think it's good for the mental health of our community. The impact on us financially is we're running a larger deficit budget this year. We've been inundated. The uptake in the remissions has been greater than we expected. We actually had to extend it because they have to go to a rural financial counsellor to basically get that assessment that comes to us. So there is a financial cost, but right now we think it's important that we support our wine grape industry.
Thank you. I wanted to then go to the issue of the code and the situation of growers. You describe them, Mayor Winnell, as a region of scrappy fighters. We've had submissions which show the scrappy fighting capability of people and the concerns they have as they face very large buyers for their product. You talked about soldier settlement, the land structures being a real issue, and they are facing a very large concentrated set of buyers. You specifically said, if I heard you correct, that local growers face a power imbalance and that there is a good case for early price indicators and for fairness in payment terms to develop a more stable industry. Have I understood you correctly? And I know you're not taking a specific position around whether the code should be mandatory or not, but you are pointing to changes you would like to see, as I understand. Have I heard you correctly?
Sure, I would just validate it to say that it's critically important for our community that our wineries are financially sustainable too. And if there are additional requirements put on wineries in relation to a code, voluntary, mandatory, or otherwise, it would be important also to ask the wineries what kind of help they need to reduce other red tape or assist them with export so that there is some fairness and balance for them as well.
Okay. So we've heard evidence of recent dispute where wineries, a purchaser was unable to get the price they wanted. They end up in a long legal and very, very bitter and costly dispute for many people in your community. Do we need more protection in the event of that kind of breakdown?
I think that the contract negotiation or legal disputes is a good example of the imbalance in ability here, that a small grower simply doesn't have the money to enter into a legal dispute with the wineries if they have one.
And do you see a positive benefit arising from all wineries having to meet the same standard in terms of negotiation? At the moment, signatories, it's not mandatory, some meet it, some don't.
I think one of the challenges with early price indicators is that there are commercial considerations for the wineries in going out early in relation to their competitors, in that the first that go set the price for the season. And so there is a consultation that should be done with the wineries about how those prices are released and when, and whether they're released simultaneously or separately, because that would be a challenge for the wineries, I would think.
Can you comment on the cost to the community of recent disputes and difficulties in negotiation between that multitude of growers and the big wineries?
We wouldn't have any visibility on the scale of investment that's been made by growers in the disputes.
But any pick-up or awareness about the impact on the community in terms of the well-being of it, and how does it affect the nature of your community?
I think that we probably see the impacts to the community as being multifaceted rather than just in relation to the disputes. We think that the industry is struggling as a whole, and there are a lot of socioeconomic impacts of that, and that entering into disputes is one part of a much more complex story.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Just quickly then, have you worked closely with the industry when you talk about transitional cropping and that sort of stuff to get an idea of how many years growers, if they did transition, got rid of their vines and moved to something else, how many years they would be out without any earnings? Have you done that work with the industry?
Sorry, I don't quite understand.
Well, you know, so if they were to get rid of the vines and put in almonds or whatever, I think I've heard something up to about 5 or 6 years, or citrus, you know, where growers would have no income.
It depends on the crop that they transition to, and this is about that business planning and having the knowledge of what the highest value use is of that land other than vines. Some crops can come online within a year or two, you know, pumpkins, for example, you plant them and they grow. There are other crops like high density olives that can come online in a similar time period than as an alternate vine variety, and then other crops that take a much longer lead time. The example that you gave of pulling out vines and putting in almonds is a classic example of the limitations of our small soldier settlement blocks, that it is simply not viable for them to plant a crop like almonds because they don't have enough scale to undertake that kind of operation.
Sure, so you have done that work with the growers, you've had those conversations?
Probably more at an industry level.
Yeah, with the industry. Yeah.
At an industry level, yeah, and you know, we have had the conversations with groups who are interested in, the Mayor mentioned, high density olives, which is for olive oil production, and those discussions have been very much around, you know, what the transition would look like, what the timeframes between having a productive crop to having a productive crop would actually be, from grapes to olives, and just getting an understanding as a community organisation as to what that could potentially be.
I think it's interesting as well to reflect in terms of crop transition on the demographic of our growers, that they are, many of them are in an ageing demographic. They're not necessarily in a position or don't have access to capital through finance institutions to do any large-scale transition. They don't necessarily have a succession plan to hand the business over to their children, and the idea of innovating our way out of this isn't really a simple fix. We need new entrants into the market to purchase these properties with their vision for the land, not necessarily expect the existing cohort of growers to enter a new industry because they've been grape growers their whole life. That's what they know how to do, and asking them to pull them out and become citrus growers, you know, that's not what they do for a living.
And I had no intention of going down that path, it's just that you raised it. Because we're here to talk about the code, so I just wanted to clarify that.
We think that there's opportunity in terms of things like the northern expansion of housing in Adelaide, pushing out the market gardeners in northern Adelaide. Now, those particular market gardeners are not necessarily looking to continue to be market gardeners, but that then presents a potential food security challenge for the community, and maybe the Riverland on those smaller allotments could attract new market gardeners, potentially new migrants, or larger scale commercial market gardening here in the Riverland. But again, that would require some kind of interventions or incentives or promotion to do so.
Right, thank you very much. Well, look, that I think everyone's exhausted their questions, and I apologise for the delay. As I'd said earlier, there was a mix-up in the timing, so we are just trying to catch up a little bit. So can I just thank you very much to you, Mayor, and to the CEOs of both councils for making the effort to get here today. You didn't take any questions on notice, so that's fine. Thank you so much. Travel safely, and thank you for having us in this beautiful part of the world. And we'll now adjourn, and we will recommence at, quickly add 15 minutes, say 10:40? 10:40? Okay. Now, just everyone, there's morning tea here. Nice. Mr. Simmy Gill, Mr. Sim Marley, and Mr. Jason Perrin. Am I missing someone? No?
Mr. Marley might just be a few minutes.
Oh, Mr. Marley's on his way. All right, sorry, everyone. I just do want to get back to time if I can. Thank you. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. And for the Hansard record, if we could just work from my left to my right, if you could give your name and the appearance in which, capacity in which you appear today.
Yep, so my name's Amanda Demas and I'm a grape grower.
Thank you.
Jason Perrin, and I'm a grape grower.
Thank you.
Simmy Gill, and I'm a grape grower.
And I'm going to ask if you could please, because of the air conditioning in the room and the noise that's going over the microphones, it's a bit hard to hear at the back. So if you could speak into your mic so everyone can hear. Thank you. Ms. Demas, I'll start with you. Do you wish to make an opening statement before we go to questions? And this is your chance now to tell us exactly what you want us to hear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, esteemed members of this Senate committee. I stand here before you today to address an issue that is of paramount importance to the future of the viticulture industry and the livelihoods of countless growers in the Riverland and Australia-wide. These farmers dedicate their lives to the production of wine grapes, farmers that are too afraid to stand up and tell their stories in fear of retaliation from wineries. The implementation of a mandatory code of conduct for the purchase of wine grapes is a subject that warrants our immediate action. It is not only necessary but urgently required to address the multitude of challenges being faced by the complete industry, farmers and wineries alike. The lack of penalties at all within the current voluntary code allows the mere 88 wineries that have signed on to the code in SA to benefit from being signatories without actually having to follow the rules. But even so, to what benefit for those very few wineries who do the right thing when they have to compete against 600 plus other wineries in SA that have still not signed on to the code willingly since its introduction? The anti-competitive pricing and general behaviour that our wine grape farmers have come to expect from our wineries shows the blatant disregard for this code. This behaviour is having detrimental effects on our wine grape farmers, from mental health and suicide, the inability to pay bills, all-round low purchase prices, and the inability to employ staff or hire contractors, or even be able to make a standard Australian wage from our businesses. The voluntary code does not hold our wineries to the standard that grape growers are held to by wineries. If one bunch of grapes is found with disease, then certain wineries have been known to reject whole patches of grapes, while other wineries will then accept the same patch and sell the juice back to the first winery. This behaviour has been known to lower the price yet again from the minimal price being paid in the first place. But when you have harvested and carted these grapes to a winery to be rejected at the gate, you have to deliver them somewhere. You have to lower our loss at this point while the winery is making higher profits. I want to target 3 details within the current voluntary code that is seeing the highest problems speaking to our Riverland growers. Number 1 was 4.1b. Signatories must not purchase grapes on the basis of a formula that gives the winemaker the opportunity to substantially influence the price payable to the grower. This is happening at a major winery that has signed on to the code. The amount of water added to grapes that have been picked past their prime because a winery can't find a booking time, then to have megalitres of water added to create the juice. The grower isn't compensated for the loss of berry weight. There is no bonus being given for high baume or compensation for late bookings, while growers watch their crops shrivel. We update baumes in the winery's preferred monitoring system twice a week, so what's their excuse? Number 2 was 4.1 Price Offer Notification Schedule A. Lower Murray, including Riverland, the signatory must provide the price offer by close of business the 2nd Wednesday in December prior to vintage. So that was yesterday. But if you don't sign on to this voluntary code, like most wineries don't, you can offer prices in the middle of January. My business has been rated a Tier 1 grower from our winery, meaning we will be offered a contract each year. Priced contracts offered on the 12th of January and then harvested on the 1st of February for our Chardonnay. That gave us 13 business days to debate the contract price or the contract. And you can debate it if you like, but if you get a better price, come harvest, when the winery can't find you a booking, you could lose up to 20% of your crop as it shrivels on the vine. And there goes your better price. And number 3, 4.2, payment terms from the ACCC were recommended 30 to 60 days, yet nothing has changed and we are still receiving our last payment, a third of our yearly income, 8 months post-harvest. Have you heard such a thing in any other business? We have to go into overdraft to pay our harvest and cartage fees. And even then, the low prices do not cover our bills that we have to pay, as wineries earn interest on our money, on the farmers' money. It is no longer a discussion to stay in a voluntary industry-run code. It is not working. It's not for the lack of signatories, it's the lack of penalties. If we don't move to a mandatory code, then we can continue to lose our farmers to suicide, depression and bankruptcy. We will lose an industry to a lack of mandatory rules that should already be in place. And I will answer any questions to the best of my ability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms Dennis. Mr Perrin.
Thank you. My arguments for a mandatory code of conduct as absolutely necessary as soon as possible. With the power of the corporates who dominate the Australian wine grape industry, it is now crucial that the current useless voluntary code for wine grape purchases be replaced with a mandatory code of conduct. It must be a mandatory code with a set of rules and minimum standards for the wine grape industry that is legally binding and enforced by the ACCC, not industry regulated. Corporate wine company executives can no longer be relied upon to negotiate at all, let alone fairly, or even to tell the truth about supply and demand, if they do negotiate at all, or abide by a price determination process that they agreed to be bound by. Accolade Wines proved this in March 2023, when they refused to abide by an expert determination decision, though they even chose the expert. They destroyed the only valuable part of the voluntary code from ever having any credibility ever again. Further points that can only be addressed by a mandatory code. Lack of bargaining power for growers. Corporatisation has left grape growers as price takers for their perishable crops with little influence over pricing. Even with significant reductions in grape supply due to natural disasters, as we've experienced in the last couple of months, growers face historically low prices instead of benefiting from true supply and demand dynamics. Failures of the voluntary code. The voluntary code lacks enforcement mechanisms, leading to its dismissal when decisions do not favour wineries. For example, Accolade Wines, as mentioned, disregarded the expert determination under the voluntary code, resulting in lengthy and costly mediation. Exploitation through quality parameters. Wineries manipulate quality and Beaumet parameters to penalise growers unfairly, often leading to financial losses and degraded bargaining power. Just on that point, Senators, I've got some 2014, 2016 and 2024 evidence of the quality parameters, which shows with the increasing corporatisation of the winery, for example, CCW, that I'm contracted to, sells grapes to Accolade, where it's gone from a $3.40 decimal point Beaumet deduction if it's under a minimum Beaumet set by the winemakers, to a $3.40 bonus if it was above a certain parameter, like 13.5 Barmera. That was 2014, 2016 was the same in the early years of Accolade. 2024, and I've got the copy of it from them here, so it's factual. The Barmera,
Sorry, before you go further, Mr. Paringa, would you like to table that for the committee?
yes.
Yes, absolutely.
The Barmera penalties imposed on growers went to $8 a decimal point for one particular scale above about 13 or 13.5, and then to $40 a decimal point if the Barmera, sorry, I said that wrong, if the Barmera was under a second step down from a minimum Barmera. And their argument for that is growers send in fruit too early just to get rid of it. Growers don't willingly do that because we lose money on the wait. We do that because they're bad management of giving us timely bookings for our grapes that are highly perishable and shrivel. Sorry.
Chair Jason, could you, just for everyone's benefit, Barmera is basically a measure of sugar level content in the wine.
Thank you.
And that's the determination of when you get a harvest booking.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry, I'll get off my soapbox about that one, but I think you'll see the evidence of how that works.
It might help to explain some of the terminology for those of us.
Just assume we know nothing.
He used to be a wine grower, not me.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
That helps.
Okay, so you get the point how wineries manipulate the penalty and bonus deductions, and the bonuses have almost gone out the window, where deterioration of grapes, once they reach a certain level, every variety deteriorates, some faster than others. We end up sending Shiraz and Cabernet in like raisins, and then they're rehydrated. So a 25-tonne semi that looks full, probably by weight, is maybe 19.5 to just under 20 tonnes. And so they're basically getting four odd tonnes of grapes as concentrate, rehydrate it with massive amounts of water, which they're allowed to do, and within certain regulations. And, you know, I'm not saying they do that deliberately to make more money, but the grower is losing big time because of their intake schedules and the fact that they just don't care that our grapes shrivel on the vines. And so I'll continue. Opaque pricing and intake practices. Delayed price announcements force growers into a take it or leave it situation as their investment is locked in by harvest time. Changing intake tonnage and Barmera targets mid-season creates uncertainty and further disadvantages growers. Accolade Wines did that last year. They sent out a schedule for Cabernet and Shiraz at a limited, that a grower could send in a maximum tonnage of 11.9, I think, for memory, tonne to the hectare. Anything above that, you got penalised. Then, part-way through harvest of that variety...
Too many grapes.
Sorry?
Penalised for growing too many grapes.
Yeah, if you send in extra tonnes, above that, once you'd clocked up that 11.9 tonne to the hectare, then they'd ping you financially per tonne, every tonne after that you sent in, once you'd reached your limit. Partway through harvest, they realised they weren't getting enough grapes, so they raised the level to 14.9 tonne to the hectare. Some growers had already harvested the surplus tonnes above 11.9 tonne onto the ground. I was actually in the process of my harvesting contractor doing that at about 20 to 12 one morning, and the booking clerk from Accolade Wines rings me and says, "Jace, you would have a fair few Shiraz left," and I said, "Yes." She said, "Would you like to send some more in?" I said, "I think I've already gone 3.5 tonne roughly over my quota, and I'll get pinged for that, a few $100. She said, I said, "Will I get pinged if I send any more in?" She said, "Oh, I don't know." And I said, "Well, how can you expect me to make a decision?" She said, "I've only been asked to ring you because we want more Shiraz." So she said, "Ring CCW office, they might know." How would they know? It's Accolade who's the winery. So I rang CCW, and the administration person who knows an awful lot, quite truthfully, she said, we don't know either. If Accolade couldn't tell you, we can't. So she said, I wouldn't do it. So I rang the booking clerk back and I said, unless you can guarantee I'm not going to be financially pinged, I am not sending any more Shiraz in. So she said, fair enough. So the rest of probably about 90 to 100 tonnes was dumped on the ground at nearly $500 an hour to harvest them, although I got a cheaper rate because I didn't need a tote bin and a tractor.
And how many hours would that take?
Probably... it was a quick job because you don't have to then tip and empty and all that sort of stuff, so probably 3.5, 4 hours.
So there was initial... You lost a couple of grand.
Yeah. So this is what I mean by them changing the goalposts through the season. When they think, oh, we're not getting enough grapes in, we've underestimated, after they say that red grapes are in oversupply. Imbalanced representation.
You've just got the paperwork across the microphone, Mr. Perrin.
Sorry, sorry.
That's why we're on
the
one way
imbalanced,
muffled all of a
yeah,
sudden.
thank you, Senator. Imbalanced representation. The peak industry body, Australian Grape and Wine Incorporated, is dominated by winemakers, 11 to 2. Leaving growers underrepresented no matter what they say and how well they say they do their job. 2,000 winemakers, roughly 6,000 grape growers in Australia, and you've got 11 winemakers and 2 grape growers on the National Peak Body Board who determine everything that filters all the way down right to my doorstep. Does that sound fair to you, senators?
If you're asking me, no. But
No.
What it's worth.
Programs like the Sustainable Winegrape accreditation impose costs solely on growers without direct benefits, a burden that should be borne by winemakers alone to access their chosen markets. Even our Riverland supposed peak body, a mini version of Australian Grape and Wine, with the same imbalanced situation, really, that's a separate can of worms, said that that they are finding it hard to contain the costs of the accreditation program that I think is compulsory for all grape growers by, I think it's about 2026 or something. So some wineries are saying they have to do it, growers have to have it now or they won't take their grapes. So some growers actually paid $2 grand at the insistence of their winery. Pernod Ricard actually did this. And they said to growers, you need to have this done. So several growers, actually I verified this, said to me, we did the course at our expense, nearly $2 grand. We didn't even have the certificate for 10 days. And the Pernod Ricard agent came to us and said, I've got bad news for you and your husband. We're not taking your grapes this harvest. After putting him through the ringer for the previous 12 months to do the accreditation course.
Mr. Perrin, do you have much more in your opening statement? I want to shut you down, but I want to hear from Mr. Hill as well. We do have questions.
I think I can just go through the conclusions of Senator. Mandate a 50-50 winemaker grower representation in the industry's peak body and any state body where both winemakers and grape growers are currently represented. An example, Riverland Wine. Transparency and accountability, build a national vineyard register for supply-demand data, set clear, negotiated and locked-in quality parameters before harvest. So I'll cut to the chase now, and this is what I think needs to be up and running in 2025, like by about the end of September, and these are the reasons why. The bones of the current voluntary code could be used, so public servants don't need to actually put their wagons in a circle and think, God, this is going to take us 2 or 3 years to whip up a mandatory code. Use that what's good as the bones of the voluntary code, like the expert determination process, bring it into a mandatory code and make it compulsory and have it up and running quick smart, because a lot of growers aren't going to survive 2020 to 2026 harvest. You'll find that out as your hearing progresses.
Very soon. I just want to get that on the record really clear.
Definitely.
That,
We're there now.
right, you're there now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you held a panel hearing, for example, in Griffith, you would find that message loud and clear too. And yet they've got big land holdings. And that's just magnified their situation. I spoke to Jeremy Cass about it yesterday afternoon. They're beside themselves, absolutely beside themselves.
But they're all very scared.
Indicative prices must be issued by the end of September each year, not this business of the second Wednesday or the 15th of December. Even the ACCC in their 2021 report, and I've got that here in case I needed proof, have said it just doesn't work. Growers are entitled to have a much better indication of prices for their business. So that's got to be, I would really be hopeful that you guys actually, in your report, that if you do come across the line and say, yes, we see that the industry needs a mandatory code, I would beg you to have this this indicative price business absolutely locked in, that it has to come out by the end of September from 2025 onwards. That'll help growers make business decisions whether we stay in business for another year or not. That's the seesaw balance that a lot of growers are at, big and small. And I'm one of those, and I don't have any debt. I don't even run my vineyards and my farm on an overdraft currently. But that's taken me 40 years of cash reserves and bloody hard work. And I am sick and tired of, and I'm no orphan in this, there would probably be any grower in this room or in the Riverina area that no matter how good a manager you are, what business is going to actually take cash reserves for 3 years in a row? We can put up with hail. I had 2 years of hail in a row to different levels of my 4 blocks. But the thing I really find hard to and impossible to deal with in business is the 3 following years, and this will be basically the 4th in what's going to come up in 2025, with prices like $150 a tonne for Shiraz, $420 a tonne for Chardonnay, and they're in demand because there's hardly any of them left after the frost. And the wineries have colluded without a doubt, knowing we can get hopefully one more cheap vintage because we know the writing is on the wall because of the Senate inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Perrin. Can I just get you the wrap so
Yeah.
I can give Nick Gill a chance?
Last couple of things very quickly. Grape quality parameters should be built into that part of the code and come out by the end of September. And any argy-bargy about prices or quality parameters can have an expert determination process, and their findings have to be brought out by the end of October and locked in. So, and no changing after that, especially for quality parameters. Contracts with growers to be a minimum of 7 years. This 1 year business or 3 year business thinking it's doing us a favour is a nonsense. For growing a high cost crop that takes at least 3 years to get a few grapes on it, which is not even an economic proposition at that stage. And then the winery says, oh, well, we actually don't want that variety anymore because consumer tastes have changed. They did that with Ruby Cabernet. I spent nearly, 40, 50 grand a number of years ago and plant not so many acres to Ruby Cabernet because they wanted it. Didn't give me an option. They said, we want Ruby Cabernet.
Do you have
and
other...
I got 3 crops,
Yep,
3
Mr.
crops,
Perrin.
and then I was given 2 years to pull it out.
Do you have other points? Because I really we want to ask questions.
Only 2 more. Payment terms should be 1/3 by the first week of the month following grape delivery, 1/3 by the end of May, and the balance by the end of July. And why I've done that is it just brings it back from the last one in September, which is the minimum standard, as you know, under the current code. But why I brought it to July and not the end of June, which was a recommendation by the ACCC, payment in at least 60 days in full, is because Accolade, for example, I was told by an Accolade grower yesterday that, you can request your money by the end of June, but if you do, Accolade take 3.6%.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
you know, I've got my opinions on that. We call it
Yeah.
factoring in my
So
industry. That's great. Thanks, Mr. Perrin, because I'll get all of you to table your opening statements too, which will assist the Secretary immensely when we come to our recommendations. Thanks, Mr. Perrin. We'll come back to you for some questions. Mr. Gill.
Hello everyone, I just do my opening statement. Around 40 years ago, my dad migrated to Australia. He had a dream to raise his children in the country, to have a farm to work on, and most importantly, to have a close-knit community. This was his sense of belonging. In all of those years, I noticed that he had many highs and lows. After his passing, we then started to look after the vineyard. For us, the last 4 years have been the most challenging. Today, I'm here to speak for my grape grower community and at large for the Indian community. As you know, most of us are feeling the same. We are feeling a disconnect from our land that usually would bring us joy and keep us grounded. So, my experiences. The lack of price transparency has been a major issue with the winery. We don't know anything about the prices until harvest time. But the winery does know this. They do know about the prices. So I would also recommend early reveal of prices. Another significant issue is the inaccurate forecasting by the winery for years. History has repeated itself, as years ago growers were expected to plant white varieties, and that caused an oversupply, therefore reducing the price for Chardonnay, which did not meet the cost of production back then. We are now experiencing the same issue with our red varieties today. To address this oversupply issue, I'm recommending to explore licensing vineyards and what that would entail. For instance, I have taken a lot of inspiration from the kiwi fruit industry. Although their business model is very unique and what that would although their business model is very unique and it's grower owned, we can still learn from how they regulate. They have specialised team in research and development which looks into how we cannot flood the market. The group of growers can determine how many hectares can be released or limited to. So why am I talking about the kiwi industry? Well, it's grower focus that offers financial gain, it delivers economic success for the nation, and it's internationally renowned. I would call this sustainability. However, in South Australia, we have had the blueprint policy that claims to improve sustainability and economic success. This is a policy that has over time perpetuated what the winery has been doing for decades. That policy expects the grower to plant and replant certain varieties to keep up with market demand. Therefore, again, speaking to the grower is as if they are the problem. This has failed, and our connection to our land and farming, as we can no longer make this sustainable. Timely and consistent grape quality grading process. My experience with booking our grapes with the winery has been extremely distressing. Many times I have gone into the office and literally begged for my grapes to be booked, as they are drying up as I can see that they're drying up on the vineyard. Now the winery has penalties which Jason and Amanda have both spoke about, so I won't go into that, but they have penalties regarding that. I have also experienced when my vulnerable variety of grapes such as Gordo do not get booked or picked up on time, therefore a rejection causing us a loss of business. This has costed us hugely. Just for that one patch, which is about 5 acres, costs us up to 30 grand. But the winery has just come back and said, sorry, but your grapes had disease. But they were booked and were not picked up on time due to the winery. So that's not our fault. Another situation is where I have also been in that our fruit has been rejected, then taken up by a new winery and then rebought from the winery that we are contracted from. Now this information can be verified from our CEO in our board, although no longer he's the CEO there anymore. Another point is our contracts don't let us release our grapes to other wineries. But why? We need to feed our families, and that has happened to us within these 3 years as well. Years ago there was an issue where the winery rejected our fruit, and then due to the contract we still had to harvest the fruit and pay the harvester $20,000. even though we weren't going to have an income that year. And this was done years ago through the contract. My recommendation is to improve contracting practices. I believe, such practices need to be removed from the contracts. And how do we manage getting everyone's fruit in so growers' fruit is not rejected is another recommendation. Also, I just wanted to note, there's something called the RIC loan. I haven't been able to get that loan approved, and my financial counsellor has told me that that loan is more commercial now, so it's not accessible to the growers. So we don't have any kind of support. Also, I'm having no income this year because of the frost damage. So both of our vineyards, no income this year. Talking to the banks back and forth, the banks are struggling to understand what's what's happening. And also for these environmental factors, we're not getting paid, so we can't afford an insurance policy either. So there's a lot of on-the-ground, grassroots level issues that the growers are facing at the moment. And yeah, that's just my story.
Thank you, Mr. Gilden. Is Mr. Marley, has he turned up yet? No? Okay. If he hasn't, all right, well, let's go straight to questions. Senator Pocock.
Thanks so much for being here and bringing many decades of experience to the table for us in the Senate. It's extremely useful to have the practical experience before us. The picture I have overall, with many details embedded in your statements, is of a power imbalance and a code that's not effectively working for you. And you've specifically mentioned a number of ways in which it can be amended. Transparency around pricing and earlier notification is one. Penalties that are effective and give some assistance. Are there other particular elements? Clearly more protection around the manipulation of quality parameters which undermine your power or ability to negotiate. Are there other elements that you want to see that would make a difference for you?
Sorry, can I just add, addressing the oversupply issue, because it's like history repeating itself, so we need to look into ways we can re-examine that, our future generations just cannot continue with this, and it's not sustainable.
And you spoke about a more comprehensive industry assessment about supply and demand to inform plantings, which you spoke of too also, Mr. Perrin, and your example of an industry where there is grower coordination in relation to the market. So that's also something you want to see.
Monitoring planting, because this is what's happened with Shiraz. When there was demand, you could plant to no end up until a year post knowing that it was getting a bit heavy. Growers were still being told to plant. And again, as Jason said, the longer contracts, having priced longer contracts, would mean that, okay, we're investing, we're taking that risk to plant that certain variety, but we're going to see a return for it. It limits how many people will plant that certain variety. Yeah. Rather than licensing planting, just a contract would be sufficient.
Senator, on that, in relation to your question, in 2022, in about September, I think it was, there were back-to-back meetings. Derek Nichols, the Accolade Chief Chain of Supply Officer, I think was his title, he got up and addressed CCW growers, about 160, 170 of us in the meeting I was at, and he put up a graph starting from 2015, and he, which was for red grapes, Shiraz and Cabernet in particular, which are a dominant variety in the Riverland, as you probably know. And he put this line graph, which was progressively, his point showing that it was leading to oversupply. And he said that in early 2022, his company decided, the word he used was retreated from, we made a decision to retreat from some traditional markets and focus more on some others, including China. And he said, we all know where that went, and unfortunately you growers have to carry the can. That was the expression he used. Now, the point of that is, because it's not rocket science, if they knew that from 2015 in particular, that 2 of the main varieties, red varieties, were leading to oversupply, why didn't they convey that information to their main supplier, CCW, representing about 529 or 530 growers, and say, hey, we've got, we're getting too many Shiraz now, and, and Cabernet looks like it's going to be, pretty well fill the bucket. No. The process, and I was one of the growers that this happened to, is in 2022, early 2022, the process is I get a redevelopment form from CCW as a CCW grower. I put in what I'm thinking of wanting to do, and that has to get board approval. And that goes across to Accolade. So they rubber stamped all these approvals in effect. So I go and outlay a substantial amount of money for at least a 2 or 3 year term of, the posts, and then training the vines and everything else until they're up on both wires to be able to be harvested, and then find you have this fellow go and put this graph up, only 6 or 7 months later, after I've already had to pay for the vines I planted in that year, in August.
So, sorry to interrupt, but I'm just conscious we want to get a range of issues. What you're pointing to is a failure to properly plan for the market.
They don't provide transparency about varietals.
And a shift of risk to the grower is what you're pointing to.
We could have 3, 5 and 7 year contracts priced. If there's something in demand that a winery wants us to plant, 7 years, because it's going to take us 2 to 3 years to get a decent crop. But if you've already got it planted, 3 years could be a sufficient risk for the winery and security for us to go to banks. Banks don't want to look at us because we might have 1 year, or we might be waiting till harvest to get a contract.
You've all referred to the impact on your families and on your community of this uncertainty, the risk being borne by producers, and the uncertainty in your contracting, and when the contracting falls over, the implications for a community. Is there anything more you want to say about the general effect of this in the region that you're living in?
So I also run a salon as well from home. We used to run it from town, but so the effects are minor compared to what shops in town would be feeling. But I usually have farmers' wives that will come in Christmas time, get their hair done, especially on good years. I've got a number of clients that would come in usually around this time that have not. So the downturn in my salon business is also there. I don't spend as much in town. It has that roll-on effect as well. And
so you're talking about the impact of the general downturn. I'm thinking about the uncertainty that's implicit in a code which is not functioning. You've talked about mental health costs, for example. Is there anything you would like to add on that front?
Yeah, I think I'll just add again, repeat the mental health. I went to the temple. I've been going down to the temple. My Indian community, there's a lot of Indian growers we have in the Riverland, and I can just see the conversations, the just distress and the uncertainty, and you can just see how the depression, I suppose, and the conversations were happening. We're not sure about our future. What should we do? Should we, leave? How do we leave Riverland? What can we sell? All of these, nobody has any faith left anymore in farming. And we're so connected to our farms as well from the beginning. So you can see what's going on and how it's damaging our mental well-being.
Please add, sorry, because I think you both wanted to add something there too. You were shaking it.
Just a comment. Yesterday afternoon, a telephone conversation with Jeremy Cass, as you know, the CEO of the Riverland Grapegrowers Association, and he explained that he couldn't be here. And it's worth noting on where you're coming from, Senator, on the mental health thing. He gave permission to actually say whatever I liked about our conversations over a period of time. And it was quite concerning. He said it was bad enough, the prices that they've had in the last couple of years and treatment by wineries. And he said we haven't been able to get growers to put their hand up or put anything in writing. And he's on the Code Secretariat, as you know. And he said, you know, when we had the frost disaster in September, he said that was like a major nail in the coffin. And he said things were so bad, he said, because obviously he has a lot to do with his growers. He's highly respected. He said he had to take 4 days off for his own mental well-being. And, well, yesterday afternoon, though it was, as I say, by phone, you could almost hear everything, all bar the actual sigh. This was a man who has spent since the last devastating weather event over there. So they've really had a hammering. And then they've got lousy prices that they're facing up to as well for the ones that are still going to try and be in business. And these are big landholders, as you know. Their holdings are big because of the way it was developed. He said he spent the most of the last week going around to a number of his growers, and he said a number of these are people who've got assets above the FHA cut-off of above $5 million. They've got no money coming in, and they can't take off farm work because their land holdings are too big that they have to be there and work. And he said the level of depression, he said it was absolute. He said I've never seen anything like it. He said it was absolutely diabolical. He said I'm finding it hard to deal with. He said I don't know how these poor bees are going to cope. And the bottom line is that they're not putting their hand up about the same as us. We don't put our hands up when we had 2 years of hail back to back. You know, that's farmer. You know yourself, Senator Pocock, with your family background. Farmers put up with whatever curveball the weather and nature throws at us. But we cannot do year after year of being screwed with prices and everything related to that with nowhere to go.
So, like my last question before other people have a go, but the code amendments that you've recommended in your written submissions and also verbally won't solve all of those problems. It won't fix the price, for example, but it will give some guarantees about timing if your suggestions were adopted. What difference do you think they would make? How essential are the recommendations you have made to improvements that could help with some of the issues?
Sorry, I should have been...
Share it around.
I think if we implement earlier price release, we can budget, which is something we are just diving into year after year. There's trials on how to mothball or not produce for a year if there is this true glut that we're hearing about. Then that price should be told from the beginning. $150, we really don't want Shiraz this year. We won't produce. We will save our cost, on leasing water and all of the expenses. But at $150, there's actually no limit to how many tonnes have been picked of Shiraz, as Jason explained as well. So if we get some early timing contracts, we can go to banks, service our own loans like any other business does. We just want those same respect that any other business would conduct with. Same sort of things.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, can I just add? I feel like having the code will hold someone accountable. Inaccurate data, being misled, exploited, vulnerable growers. that's going to change a lot of things in terms of that. And we've had a long history of all of this, and we've put up with it for years and years. So if that can hold someone accountable, then there's penalties, there's dispute resolution, there's all of that stuff. All of that comes into the picture. And if we have that, then ultimately there will be price transparency. So we'll get to know what those prices are. And I'm hoping that, that will change for us. Yeah.
Compulsion is a key factor of decisions like the pricing. That's why it's essential that in a mandatory code, in my view, and I think some other growers, is the expert determination. Bring it in, because it's fair to actually have both parties sort of say, look, we're not happy about that price, and let's negotiate. But to have the expert determination process so that the decision is binding, enforceable, to have a gentleman's agreement of a 15-year-old voluntary code and then pretend that it's workable. It might have been years ago when business was done by a handshake. I bought a 90th grand tractor years ago as my first new tractor. I was so proud, and it was done by a handshake. And then the paperwork came after. Where would you do a handshake now in business? And this is our livelihoods. And this is a multi-billion-dollar corporate company that enters a process agreeing to be bound by it, and because of the first year it goes against them by $69 a tonne. That would have cost them all of about $3 million. They said, no, we're not doing it.
Just check something very quickly, Mr. Perrin. Has there been situations where, through that independent arbiter or expert, there's been decisions against your growers groups? Can you give us an example where you've complied with those decisions?
We complied with the previous 4 years where the decision wasn't in our favour. The CCW, no doubt, the board, I'm not privy to that because I'm not on the board, but what's conveyed out is that the process was used 4 years before that with Accolade. And CCW abided by the decision. No whimpered, no nothing.
Yeah.
But then Accolade, like I say, in 2023, that poisoned the well. That really poisoned the well for the expert determination ever being used again. And the situation that bothers me is, and you can put the whole lot of well-being, depression, potential suicide, grower walk-offs, the whole bit in the same melting pot now till the end of this harvest, is supposedly Accolade should have brought out their indicative prices by yesterday. That's my understanding. So we should know, CCW growers, by a business advisory, I think on possibly Friday, what prices they're going to give us. Now, if it was last year, the year before, and prior to that, there would no doubt be expert determination, because we know the prices will be absolutely rubbish. Because Treasury Wines have said they're going to pay $150 a tonne for Shiraz. Kingston Estate, someone told me they're paying $120, and yet their own cost of production are $319 a tonne across the board for any variety. How on earth then can they, in business, so it shows you how we're screwed, how in business can then they actually in all conscience even say to growers, we're giving you $120 a tonne for Shiraz, take it or leave it, when our costs are $319 a tonne. Our costs.
I'm going to move on, because look, I've just spent the majority of my working life supporting the collective, let me tell you, so I fully understand that. And I just say this, you have inputs, you can't get away from that. And I still struggle that you can't get, I'm not doubting it, your inputs back plus the damn profit. Anyway, I just had to say that. I've been banging this head against the truck and brick wall for 40 years. Finally, in the Senate this year, we had a win. No, Mr. President,
sorry.
I'm going to have to go to Senator.
Yes.
I'll go to Senator Ruston, and then you will have the chance. Okay, Senator Ruston, please.
Look, I'll be really quick, because a lot of the answers that you've given to Senator Pocock were pretty much the salient points that I think we needed to hear from you today. But just going back to just some clarity around what you'd really like to see in a mandatory code. I mean, obviously, early price setting so that you've got more control. Can I just ask, and probably to you, Ms Demis, you made the comment about the ability to put your vines to sleep for a little while, which meant your input costs were going to be significantly reduced. What kind of timing would you require for that to actually be able to happen to your plantings?
So we would aim for like May, June, as that's when we do our pruning, so we could either cut back if we needed to retrain vines or bud them over, anything like that.
Yep. The other, obviously, areas around the payment terms and conditions, and also making sure that you've got a robust dispute resolution mechanism. So those were the sort of the three things that have come out of it. But I'm sort of interested in terms of, there is not a request here for minimum pricing, am I right?
It would be handy to have the $300 be the minimum, but again, we understand that markets fluctuate, so if growers were willing to drop the fruit on the ground knowing that there was a glut, so minimum pricing is beneficial for us to know that we're going to at least recoup what we have laid out. But whether that,
I understand, but are you asking for minimum pricing?
yes.
Yes, we had it years ago in South Australia, as you know.
And then we got rid of it.
Yeah, but only because ignorant people who came into the industry and weren't long-term growers actually didn't realise the value of it, including Chris Byrne, the first CEO of the Riverland Grapegrowers Association, who said to me when I rang him about it after his first year, and he said, that didn't work. I said, Chris, it did work because growers knew the base price of what they take 12 months to grow. And I bet his view was different by the time he left. I'm sorry with the finger pointing, it's a bad habit. Because he actually looked at when they had a yike with, I think it was South Corp or whatever at Loxton in about year 4 or year 5, I think, from memory, when he was CEO, or McGuigan's, if I'm saying the name right, over there. And in effect, the compromise they came up with was something along the lines of asking for a minimum price.
Okay, so can I perhaps...
Did you want to add? Sorry, Ms. Gill.
Oh, sorry.
I suppose that needs to be re-examined. Like, that was years ago. And another thing is that, like, I feel like we don't have a choice in a lot of the decisions that get made, like even in our board, CCW board. We're not consulted on a lot of things and the decisions just get made. And we do have a community of growers. So the exploitation is up to that level, the power imbalance I'm talking. So it's very, yeah.
Can I just unpack that a little bit? So are you referring to the power imbalance between yourself as a grower and CCW as an organisation?
Yes.
And then it takes the next step to Accolade?
Yes.
Okay, so you're sort of feeling like you're vulnerable not only to your processor, but you're vulnerable to the organisation that's representing you as well.
I do.
Okay, thanks. So back to the pricing. Is there... I'm assuming there is a direct relationship between the cost of grapes in terms of on the ground and then what the bulk wine price is when we're talking about warm inland. Is that a fair assumption?
At the moment, I think the $150 works out to be 10 cents a litre.
Well, mate, could you just get closer to the mic? That's
Sorry.
important, just so everyone can hear.
Yeah.
Please, Ms. Dennis.
Yeah, I think at the moment the $150, $120 to $150 for Shiraz works out to be 10 cents per 750 mil or 1 litre of wine. So
is it possible for you to guide me to where I'd get that information? Because that's certainly...
So I've got my budget and I'm happy to send that through to you if you'd like, and that just shows all of our outputs that we've had.
So 10 cents a litre to you?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I was actually trying to draw the correlation between the price per tonne or for a particular variety and the bulk wine price of that, not...
Yeah, that would probably be a winery question, I'd say. Yeah, I'm not sure what they sell it for.
Because I'm sort of trying to understand what the implication, if you go to a minimum price, how you would actually determine that minimum price, because obviously if that minimum price ended up to being significantly more than the price in the market for the sale of that product, because we are talking about, you know, in most instances bulk wine is the price determinant here, what the implications that would be on you in terms of your ability to even get rid of your grapes at all.
Yes, so that's where if we were given those prices earlier, and that's where I questioned whether, you know, having a minimum price, is it really, will it work in all of the chain? Not really, you know. For us, our costs are $300 a tonne. That's what I've worked out through our budget. But if a winery needs to purchase for less than that, then I would, if given the price offerings earlier, I would just not. I would mothball the year.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is if you got the information, market information, you got more of it, you got it earlier and it more accurately, that you believe that your decision-making capability would allow you to manage within the market dynamic. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Without having to set them in, that just makes so much sense. And what's unfair about that?
It's just business.
Thanks, Senator Russ. And Senator Bush-Wilson.
Look, just one quick question. I suppose it's a fairly broad question. We've talked to, for example, established family-owned wine businesses that have been around for a long time, that have had long-term relationships with their growers that aren't part of the code, that seem to think things are fine. How much is the corporatisation of this industry part of the problem? Like, is it, especially the commercial wine sector? Obviously, it's very different around the country.
It's a major part of the problem. Like as you quite rightly say, and have either been told or no doubt will be told, I guess, by Paul Derrico, for example, in Victoria, where there's smaller wineries. You know, smaller wineries, because of their business, generally have to have good relationships with growers. They have a small body of growers by and large, and they have a good relationship. That's why probably they don't have a great deal of sort of feeling that we need a mandatory code. And I probably wouldn't either if I was in their situation, because I wouldn't have had cause to think about it.
But it wouldn't disadvantage them either, though, would it, if they had good relationships?
Not at all.
Just be like,
that's why I've likened it, rightly or wrongly, for example, to an insurance policy. You have your insurance policy and you've got it for when something goes pear-shaped. It's not costing you anything or detrimental to your business, whether you're a small winemaker or, I mean, you could be someone that's, you know, family concern and you've got your, you know, your own little 20 acres and you've got a niche market for your organic wine, for example, like a neighbour of mine. He said to me the other day, a mandatory code would benefit me in case one day I need it.
Yeah. Do you want to add something to that, Ms.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, the bigger you go, the bigger you grow, the wineries will look at you differently. So we have friends that have huge acreage and they know their contract, they know their pricing, because the winery would prefer to deal with one grower versus all us little growers. But we are years of family after family, like we're third generation. I also just want to touch base on the council said the viability of these 10 to 15 acre vineyards. There should be no difference to whether you're 10 to 15 or you're 200 acres. It should be a standard across the board that you can feed your family, you know, that you can run a business the same way, you know, a small grocery store runs against a big grocery store. You know, the standard of purchase or sale should be the same.
It isn't a situation of get in or get out. It's nothing like that at all. So, you know.
Okay. And so you mentioned that the second Wednesday of every December you get this pricing, and that your CCW probably has that now. Are you aware of what
we hope they have it?
You hope they have it. Okay.
We're not aware of it.
You're not aware, and you'll find out on Friday.
Yeah, that's if Accolade did release it yesterday. I read somewhere that it was either the second Wednesday of December or by the 15th. I think it might be mentioned in the code, and the ACCC hammered that in their 2021 report as something that really wasn't on.
So you as growers, I know your industry body would have a process around this when they get those prices. What would you look at immediately to test whether you think you've got a good price or not? Would you just look at the spot price, for example, and subtract 60 cents for processing costs and other things? Like just very quickly, what do you use as metrics?
So I've got my budget on an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I add in what our estimated tonnages are against what price we're being offered, and we see whether it's break even or whether it's a loss again at the moment.
Right. So you're looking at your own internal costs versus rather than a...
You have to budget yearly.
Yeah, of course. Okay. But in terms of what you expect from them,
yeah,
they're probably not going to mirror your costs, but they might be using other things to sort of... Well, if you go and have chat and say, why did I get this?
Yeah.
What kind of response do you get through your CCW or through...
You don't
get any
question
response?
that. You don't question that, or you probably won't be picking.
Yeah, you can't
Right.
talk to them. Like,
Can you say some more about that? Why don't you go back to them?
Our block is a small property, so we don't have the push that big companies would have that plant up big grapes. So if we go in questioning the price, as I said before, they'll either let it shrivel on the vine so they get the price that they want it at. I heard from a winemaker that Accolades let so much of their Shiraz shrivel on the vines and then added so much water that CIT had to, which is an irrigation company, had to turn them off a year or two ago. So we're not going to get a fair price no matter whether we question them. We're better off just taking what they put out and dealing with it.
And that's the exercise of power.
It's your industry body, which no doubt have discussions with them, say, why do we get this for Chardonnay or why do we get this for Shiraz? Like, how did you determine that price? And surely it's got to be close to the spot price, for example, which is visible and everyone can look at, right?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
CCW, I think I might have a different view because of maybe experiences that, say, Semi's had. CCW, in fairness, I think do a very, very good job in very trying circumstances. The board, irrespective of who they are over the years, do the best they can. And at the moment, with our General Manager Peter Szabo and Jim Caddy with his wealth of experience as chairman, we're very, very lucky. We've got people who know the industry. Peter Szabo, as you know, worked for Accolade for quite a number of years, so he's seen both sides of the fence. So he knows what's a porcupine and what's not. So that helps us a lot. I think negativity against CCW is possibly, with due respect to Semi, but is possibly occurring because of the bigger frustration of the whole thing. And what I mean by that quite specifically is we're damn lucky that I consider myself damn lucky to be a CCW grower. And in relation to the code, to draw this to that, if you think for just a couple of seconds on the fact that the biggest grape grower cooperative in Australia, CCW, let's say it's 530 growers. Okay, so that means there's approximately 5,500 odd individual growers, grape growers around Australia, big and small. They have no collective or cooperative to support those individual growers. So those 5,500 grape growers are all on their Pat Malone.
Yeah,
now, so the point is, if we, as one of 500 CCW growers, with that power, can't negotiate effectively with this corporate, which now, with the deal with Pernod Ricard taking over their Spanish, New Zealand and Australian interests, give them so much power, not only in the retail sector, but in particular, Accolade was already the biggest corporate by tonnage crush in Australia, so big players. And you know we've got the biggest winery in Australia, let alone possibly it used to be the Southern Hemisphere at Glossop. You know, if the board of CCW are struggling to negotiate anything fairly. And the only way to have hammered Accolade and get something better potentially was to take them to court. A company that had, what, $500 million slush fund for legal issues, and we go to court and each grower has to pay an additional levy for that, with the lowest prices historically for 2 years.
Yeah. What I will do is, Demis, did you just want to add something, and then I am going to have to move on?
Yeah, I agree with Jason. If CCW cannot, after nearly 100 years, I think it is, or roundabout, cannot negotiate fair prices and contract terms and are still in discussions when growers are harvesting into Accolade tanks and have no contracts or prices in place properly, then how are the growers like myself, who are not contracted to CCW, able to do it fairly?
Sure.
Yes.
Ms Gill, just on wrapping up,
Yeah.
did you wish to add anything to that?
Yeah, just a little bit just respectfully a little bit disagree. I mean, my situation with CCW over the period of time, there's been highs and lows, but it's obviously got to do with that manipulation from higher above and, you know, not being able to... Like, there's some change now, which is good change, but we've had people on the board which, you know, have consulted without their community members, and that's been an issue. So there's been issues there, but it is improving because now we're advocating for change, and we've got Jason here that's doing a lot for that. So yeah, that's how I would like to put it.
All right,
Yeah.
tremendous.
And they
Okay,
have
look.
points there.
Yeah. Can I thank you very much? And sorry, it's not your fault. We're lagging behind, but we're very keen to try and get to everyone to hear the concerns. We do hear it, and what this committee really likes to do is, look, we hear the problems, but we like to hear the solutions too. So thank you very much, everyone. No one took anything on notice, except I would remind you, please table your opening statements for the benefit of the Secretariat. Thank you very much. And we'll now call our next witness, South Australian Wine Industry Association, please. Okay, thanks very much. All right. I now welcome the South Australian Wine Industry Association, and I understand, Ms Nolan, that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Correct. And for the Hansard record, if you could just please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Bridget Nolan. I'm here as the General Manager of the Wine Group, as I also sit as a committee member of SWA, the South Australian Wine Industry Association.
Thank you. I'm just going to say, sorry, with the hearing acoustics in the room, the air conditioning affects feedback, so if we can just get you to bring the microphone clearer.
Is that
clearer.
better?
Bring the microphone closer, and I might just get you to just repeat that, please, Ms Nolan, because I struggled to hear you too. So the capacity in which you appear.
Confirming that I am the General Manager of the Wine Group, responsible for the operational performance of the Wine Group Australia, and I'm also a representative of the South Australian Wine Industry Association Executive Committee.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before going to questions?
To the Chair and Senators, thank you for the invitation to attend today. My name is Bridget Nolan, and I appear here today in the capacity as the General Manager of the Wine Group located at Loxton in the Riverland. For the record, I'm also a Riverland representative on the South Australian Industry Association Executive Committee. I was born and bred in Queensland. For generations, my family have been heavily involved in the sheep and wool industry. We have lived and breathed rural Australia our entire lives. Prior to joining TWG, I held various agribusiness and corporate finance positions in Australia's top 4 financial institutions. I moved temporarily to the Riverland in 2012 to facilitate the completion of my Masters of Technology in Viticulture. I have not left. I've held the General Manager position of the Wine Group since January 2023. In this position, I am responsible for the operational performance of the Wine Group Australia Proprietary Limited, in line with the strategic direction of the business. As the most senior TWG representative in Australia, I play a significant leadership role in managing all aspects of Australian operations. This includes the overall responsibility for grape sourcing, wine quality, personnel management, as well as all budgetary and financial responsibilities and reporting. Established in 1981, the Wine Group is a privately held company based in California, USA, and the 3rd largest wine producer in the world by volume. The Wine Group acquired the Loxton Winery site in 2011. This is the only facility that it owns outside of America. TWG Australia is a 100% bulk wine processing facility. Wine only leaves the site in containers or by road tanker. TWG Australia does not have a domestic wine program. The Wine Group does not own vineyards in Australia. We are...
Seek clarification. Are you here representing the Wine Group or the South Australian Wine
Group?
Oh, sorry. That's not what we've got. Sorry.
No, we've cleared that up.
It was sent, I believe the correspondence was sent through earlier.
No.
Sorry, I was just listening and thinking like, that's not where my questions were going.
Yeah.
Please, my apologies.
Yeah,
Please
keep going.
All good. The Wine Group does not own vineyards in Australia. We are 100% reliant on contracted growers to supply fruit on an annual basis. In 2024, we partnered with 84 grower entities to crush approximately 50,000 tonnes. This accounts for 14.1% of the grapes crushed in the Riverland and 9% of the South Australian crush. Our growers are by far our greatest assets. Our business would not function without growers, and I have never considered the relationship with them anything less than a partnership. I have always encouraged open, frank communication with respect to winery expectations and full visibility where possible as to how and why grape prices are determined. As the global wine market remains somewhat stagnated, the Australian wine industry continues to face significant challenges. The Wine Group Australia wrote down over $9 million in stock as a direct result of the Chinese tariffs. Despite lifting these earlier in the year, we still sit on significant volumes of red wine in tank. Our commitment to our growers to take Shiraz where we can saw us stripping it to water white in 2023 and 2024 to use as a white blender for our white wine programs. We continue to adapt and change, and where we can, without the continued support and investment from our parent company in America, as a business, we would not be sustainable. Consumer trends continue to show decline, and we are in direct competition with the European countries to remain competitive in a global market. Cost of goods continue to rise. For example, utilities alone have increased from $734,000 in 2023 to a budgeted figure of $1.6 million in 2025. Winery additives, safety, compliance and casual labour also continue to increase incrementally to an overall $66 per tonne, to increase from 2024 to 2025. This does not include the cost of the fruit. The global industry, without question, remains extremely volatile and uncertain, which in turn puts all industry stakeholders at risk. The Australian wine industry is extremely multifaceted with varied and diverse participants. As you will see from the submissions made to this inquiry, there are an array of businesses, wineries, all of which have different contractual arrangements, payment terms, ownership structures, strategies, product offerings, markets that they are targeting and competing in. A broad brush blanket approach has the potential to be detrimental to cooperation, collaboration and co-design within the industry. Capital investment, research and development, product innovation, new and alternative markets, continued development, efficiencies, marketing and sales teams are costs borne by wineries, necessary costs that are absorbed with the sole purpose of moving product and maintaining market share. Accreditations such as HACCP, ISO, SWA, EPA, to name a few, are also necessary to facilitate the production of wine, as well as the compliance standards required for wine to be exported to other countries. Equally as large as our grower base are the employees of the wine group, 35 permanents and 52 casuals, whose livelihood through employment I am also responsible for. Cellar staff, maintenance, administration, winemakers, school-based apprentices, all of whom play a pivotal role in the production of wine and ensuring the containers make it to the port. Community-based trades, transport and logistic companies, both road and sea, and other service providers are also engaged and contribute to the longevity of the business. The wine group is a fully integrated international business that contributes both economically and culturally to the local community and the Riverland as a whole. The current environment is tough, complex and extremely difficult to navigate. I have reviewed the other submissions prior to appearing today, and I hope to provide you with further understanding of the complexities and costs involved in running a wine production business to support your deliberations and assessment of assumptions and commentary provided to you as part of the inquiry. I believe a detailed understanding of the full supply chain and pressures faced by all participants is key. I have and will always continue to be an advocate for the primary producer, as well as to continue to conduct business that I believe to be fair, equitable and advantageous for all stakeholders. TWG always releases prices by the 30th of November. These are done via email and published in the local paper. Our payment terms are 50% 30 days after receival and 50% 30th by 30th of June. The purpose of the Code of Conduct for Winegrape purchases is clear. Its primary purpose is to establish a framework for fair and equitable dealings between producers and buyers of produce. It is not a function of the Code to govern purely commercial matters such as price or ancillary matters such as environmental sustainability, representation on industry bodies, risk management of market fluctuations, product labelling, sustainable farming practices or ethical sourcing as advocated by some. I'm not in a position to comment on the specific commercial or operational matters relating to growers and wineries beyond that those of TWG deals with. I will leave those matters concerning to those parties. So I'm pleased to be here today to share insights from and on behalf of the wine group as they relate to the adequacy of the voluntary code of conduct and the terms of reference of this reference committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Owen. And is TWG signed up to the voluntary code?
No, we are not.
And would you have problems, I think I've got it pretty clear in your opening statement, but if your growers came to you and said that they want a mandatory code of practice, where would you go then? What would you do? What would be your...
Well, presently TWG works and operates within the parameters of the voluntary code. We would need the opportunity to closely examine any such proposal as it relates to the TWG's business in order to provide a response. The unintended consequences of additional regulation, government control of the code and the constraints and inflexibility this would yield would also need to be considered very carefully. The Australian wine industry, as mentioned, is comprised of a large number of varying businesses and models and participants of all sizes spread across a variety of regions.
So, and I have no idea who the wine group was, sorry, I'm very clear now. I'm very clear, and going by your opening statement, that your growers are your partners, and I think, yeah, that's great, that's tremendous. But, and I don't know if you can answer this, but is everyone as upfront and honest with their growers as TWG is?
I can't answer that.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. And I was going to just ask, what about some of the evidence that we've heard today where growers, individual growers, were saying, wouldn't it be lovely if they could get information on what crop is needed by May, so then they could make informed choices of whether they're going to plant or what they're going to plant or not going to plant. What would TWG's position be on that?
Our position is more around the pricing transparency, not necessarily the source. We are not in a position to advise growers of what they can and can't plant, but what we can do is certainly provide transparency with respect to the pricing on the varieties that they have planted. Hence, why they are growers of the wine
And you do
group.
that now?
Yes, we do that now, and they're pardon?
Did you say 30th of November you do that?
We release our price by the 30th of November, but I certainly advocate and 100% on board for price transparency. It's extremely important for growers to have that to make decisions so that they too can change to market conditions.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rushton?
Thank you very much, Ms Nolan. Just interested, how does TWG go about setting its prices? What are the input factors in terms of how you determine your prices for the year?
So the wine group forecast operational budget runs from January through to December. It is simply not possible or reasonable for me to release an accurate grape pricing any earlier than really October, November prior to vintage. In most cases, we simply do not have a firm understanding of the cost of materials, inputs and other relevant budgetary components that feed into the determination of prices that we are viably able to offer growers. For example, I'm still negotiating the nitrogen supply contract, and it was only last month that we were informed that the SO2 supply plant, sulfur dioxide, supply plant burnt down in Germany. This has resulted in substitutes and a lot of scrambles being made, and we have found one, obviously potassium metabisulfate or PMS, which is double the price. Winemaking inputs and utilities form almost 35% of the TWG operational budget. So to give an accurate and ascertain a final figure any earlier than that is almost impossible.
So you're telling, from what I've just heard you say, that it's the cost of the production that is determining the price of the grapes. You're not being dictated to by what the market price for bulk wine is.
That's my next paragraph.
Oh, sorry, I thought you finished.
The timing of when we can make prices also is largely dependent on when we have a clear view on forecasted demand for wine volume for the forthcoming vintage. This is determined by the volumes crushed in the Northern Hemisphere and our on-forward demand plan, which is based in the United States, who work from historical, current and forecasted consumer insights.
So can I take it from the evidence you've just given, that in effect you're a price taker on the basis of your input costs and the market conditions that are globally set?
100%.
Okay. So we heard evidence this morning from a number of witnesses in relation to the impact of price taking that they're having, they're price takers because of the prices that are set by the manufacturers in this instance, and you're saying that you're price takers because of the market that you operate in. I'd be interested in your views on how we can end up with a mutually beneficial outcome from this discussion, because it sounds like the two price takers in the room are actually not the ones in control of this market at all. The ones that truly are in control of the market is obviously the international marketplace. So splitting them up domestically and internationally. So how much of your product's sold in Australia?
0.
So everything goes overseas. So you have no control whatsoever in terms of a regulatory environment to actually even up, I suppose, by knocking that code of conduct type concept on to the next person in your supply chain.
No, so all of our product is purchased by our parent company that has been in existence for 20 plus years, that have predetermined contracts and what have you with the supermarkets that sit in America, and they are obviously subject to the consumer demands, the fluctuations and the like that our domestic Australian retailers and producers would be as well.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Ashton.
Some
Senator
questions.
Pocock.
Yeah, thank you. How many producers do you buy from?
84.
84. And how long is the average length of your commercial relationship with those 84?
I'm proud to say that of the 84, that at least 40% have been with us for 5+ years.
40% 5+. And how many just for 1 year?
That is solely dependent on the grower.
Sorry?
The rest would be on an annual basis, and that is solely that decision is made by the grower, not the company.
Sorry, you never terminate a contract?
No, I can't get enough contracts.
Okay, you have never terminated a contract with a
I
producer?
have never terminated a contract since I have been the general manager, and it's to the best of my knowledge that,
But that
the
was
contract
only-
has not been terminated either.
Sorry, I thought you said you started last year. in the-
2023.
2023. So how many months have you been in the job?
Well, it was 18.
18.
I'm coming into my third vintage now.
Yeah, great. So, but you personally have never terminated a contract. Has TWG ever terminated a contract with a producer?
To the best of my knowledge, no. And I worked there in a commercial sales capacity prior to that, and prior to that I was also a contract customer of the wine group as well.
And where are your 84 producers located?
Throughout the Riverland, predominantly at Loxton, but we do have growers here at Renmark, Barmera and Winegrape.
And have you ever had a legal dispute in relation to any aspect of any
No, we have
contract?
not.
In 20 years?
I can't comment on that. I don't know.
So in your 18 months, no, but you...
In the 18 months as general manager, no, and in my 4 years of employment at the wine group, I've never seen a legal dispute, and I can't comment on anything prior to that.
So if I think about the evidence we've received today, Ms Nolan, it's been essentially about earlier notification of price,
Yes.
more clarity and transparency about price, the opportunity for to bring in an independent arbiter when there is a dispute, which clearly you have no issues with, and for some penalty where those particular amendments to the code, as proposed by people this morning and in evidence we've received, how would any of them be problematic for you?
I work on a philosophy in business of no surprises. I have a mantra of being particularly transparent with growers, and as in my opening statement, I encourage and endorse full communication. I don't believe in these situations that there should be any event that a grower or in any partnership between myself or the growers that they would not know where they stood with respect to some kind of indicative price, their contract and the like. So I'm all about mitigating the risk rather than creating it.
Yeah. I try and do that as a senator too, and I bet everyone on this side of the table does, which is try not to have surprises and try and be an honest dealer and hold our integrity high. Clearly this is the way you prefer to operate. So why is it a problem that a minimum floor of decent behaviour shouldn't be implemented in relation to the suppliers in your industry? I just don't see the problem where there are clearly people who do breach, for example, a arbitrated outcome and cause great harm to a large community. How is that a problem for you when you are clearly, as you articulate, setting a high standard of integrity? Why not hold the whole industry through a mandatory code to that standard?
Because you're dealing with humans. And you're never going to get everyone to toe the line, and I can't comment on that either. I can only comment on the commercial arrangements I have with the wine group. I'm not accountable for how anyone else runs their business or how the contract or supply agreements they have with their particular growers. I can only comment and set the standard with my own growers.
And are you accountable to a board?
No.
Have you, has anyone in your organisation considered the code and the possibility of signing up to it?
We have, but we've always worked within the parameters of it, and we're of the opinion until others do, then it's a futile exercise for us.
But if it was applied across the industry, would you see it as your responsibility to meet that code?
If it was applied, if I was in agreement with it and it worked for the strategy of the business, then yes.
You mentioned unintended consequences. What's in that basket? What are the things you're thinking about that might be unintended consequences of a code that's mandatory along the lines we're talking about?
Again, I can't speak on behalf of the other participants in the wine industry. All I can reiterate is that there is an array of businesses with different strategies, and I feel that a code of conduct could potentially unintended consequences for the smaller producers with the expectation of paying in 30 days could be unreasonable and unviable for some of those, which would also potentially see a shift of some of the smaller producers moving to a larger sort of more streamlined, efficient process and sourcing wine from medium to larger wineries.
The code doesn't really affect them so much as the purchaser. I'm just curious because, and I appreciate you being here, it's very useful to have your evidence, but you did use that phrase, unintended consequences. So somewhere in the back of your mind or somewhere in your organisation, you're thinking about unintended consequences for you and your organisation, but we're not sure what they are.
I'm not prepared to comment on this.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I think you said, Bridget, you had 84 clients, growers. How many of them would be in this area, the Riverland, where we are now?
My 84 growers,
Yeah.
all reside, majority,
all here.
all reside here, yes.
So you also mentioned that you'd be looking for as many contracts as you could get. So, for example, if some of the growers, the CCW growers, were to leave, you would be able to soak up that capacity?
Potentially, yes, if they were the varieties of which we were looking for, correct.
Okay. And is your business vertically integrated at all? Do you own any vineyards?
No, we do not.
Okay, and is there a reason for that?
Additional vineyards requires additional staff, additional management, and it's never been the strategy of the wine group to own vineyards here in Australia. We have, since its inception, we have held very good relationships and partnerships with our grape growers, and that has continued to serve us in good stead so far.
Okay. Can I ask in terms of the pricing for this year, you mentioned your timetable slightly different than the second Wednesday of December that we've heard from other witnesses. Can you just give us a really, not in detail, but just a brief overview of how you set your price? Do you use the spot price, for example, in the months leading up to your timing of your price release? Do you look at what other, you presumably don't know what other wineries are doing, or maybe you do. How do you actually come up with your pricing? Is there a formula for this, and does it change?
Yes, of course, the price is dictated. The price for fruit is dictated from what we see and what we can essentially sell the product for. You work backwards. We're working on a global scale, a global market, and we sell as mentioned in my opening, our direct competitors are the Europeans, and we have to be cost effective and competitive with them. So it is nothing more than simply working backwards. Yeah. As would anyone in business when you're looking at what you can sell the price for, and then cost of goods, and then the supply cost as well.
So how useful is the spot price then as a metric or an indicator for you? Because presumably you could go on to the wholesale market and buy wine for X cents a litre on the spot price and then sell it to your market. So rather than taking the raw product from the vineyards, you've got potential to buy in the stock market. The spot price, why don't you do that? As theoretically speaking here, why wouldn't you operate that way?
We have a business to run, and we have a plant that needs a throughput to reach certain capacity and efficiencies as well. And
because you've already outlaid those funds, right?
Correct.
Okay. But theoretically, if you hadn't outlaid that capital, you could just run a model where you could buy at the spot price. Is there quantity available?
There's millions of litres available. That was the reason we sit. I'd say the reason we sit here today is that the current market is in huge imbalance. There's an absolute oversupply of wine, and I believe it's a common practice for other wineries, and certainly of ours. If there's a particular variety that we need, we will go to the spot market, but it will never be at the detriment of the growers or the throughput of the winery, which, as I mentioned, employs 80 odd people.
Yeah. But Senator, I still didn't quite understand your answer to Senator Pocock's question about if you've got good relationships, it sounds like you do, with your growers, and you're running a tight ship and treating everyone fairly, and you haven't had a need for being even in the voluntary code of conduct because you've got things are going swimmingly for you. I still don't understand why a mandated code would affect you if you weren't having current issues. Do you think it would change the risk imbalance at all on any particular things in relation to your business model?
It may not particularly affect me as a business, but there are, just due to the diversity of the participants in this industry, at some stage it will affect them, and we do work together.
What do you mean by work together?
Well, for that very reason, we're not a one-hat-fits-all situation. I would not like to, whilst TWG can certainly work within the parameters of a voluntary code, there's others that can't. And I don't want to see that code be the detriment of fellow peers, businesses, stakeholders in the industry.
Others that can't because potentially they're not profitable enough?
Others for a number of economic, cultural reasons, pressures that they would be facing in their that they would be facing peculiar to their business.
That's an interesting answer. I might ponder that. just very quickly, a couple of other things that were raised. Are you aware of this practice of growers having to hold out till their fruit basically raisins or shrivels and then is purchased at a lower tonnage and water is then added in the winery? Is that something you do or you're aware of as an industry practice?
It's certainly not something that the wine group would do as an industry practice, but what I can say is that vintage runs from the end of January, when fruit becomes ripe, and it finishes usually before Easter or come early April. It gives us a very small window to get a lot of fruit through across the bridge and into the winery. It becomes a logistical nightmare when you are dealing with multi people, multi different parties, from growers to trucking companies to harvesters to everything else, to get everything in on time. And at times, sometimes it just doesn't work. There's breakdowns, there's fatigue. Our winery runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout vintage. The only time that I have heard of fruit being left out is not of an intentional nature. It is purely off the back of logistics.
No, that's entirely reasonable from my understanding. That's probably it for now.
We've got time for a couple of quick ones.
Let's wrap it up and then we can try and get back on track.
Thanks,
Senator
Chair.
Pocock.
Just a couple of other things. What's the average hectare size of your 84 producers?
It varies. We have some soldier settlement blocks as little as 4 hectares, and we have some growers that are 200, 300, 400 hectares.
Right. And what's the average length of contract that you have?
We work between 2 and 3 years.
2 and 3 years. Great. Thanks for that.
So just quickly, Chair, average size, I mean, what about yield? What's the typical yield? We heard today from the previous witness that some of them weren't able to provide more than 11-point-something tonnes a hectare. I've heard other people cropping up to 35 tonnes a hectare here. Do you have any specifications around yield within vineyards?
So if we can bring it back to acres, we work in acres. And I know you can times it by 2.47 when I get that, but for acres we sit between anything between 9 and 12 for our reds, and some of the whites can be a little bit higher than that.
So that would be up over 20. I'm just trying to do the maths myself.
2.5.
Okay, 2.5. Yeah, right, interesting.
Close to 30.
Okay.
So, thank you, Ms. Nolan. Thank you very much. We'll now suspend for lunch, but before we do, we're going to have a quick meeting. Can we all be back in the room? 20 past, let me have a look, 10, 25 to? Let's just do 15 minutes for a break. Okay, thanks very much. Yep. All right, well, let's suspend till then. 25 to 1.
Hansard's still got lots of lollies.
Thanks very much.
Keep those chocolates going.
Colleagues, we're just gonna-
Back here at
committee meeting. What is that when we get to Accolade Wines...
Sorry, Chair, just...
You're back on? Oh, sorry, I should say welcome back. Hansard and Broadcasting, my mistake. You think I'd know that by now. My apologies. It's only about my 400th time of trying it, but anyway. But the committee has quickly met, and it is a preference of the committee to split Accolade Wines and Treasury Wines. Give Accolade their own time, give Treasury their own time, all right? And the Secretariat will just manage that for us, and we are just a little bit behind, but it's very important we hear from everyone. So I now want to welcome very important people. I welcome representatives from Murray Valley. Everyone's important, but the wine growers, that's what it's all about, or the grape growers. I now welcome representatives from Murray Valley Wine Growers and the Riverland Grape Growers Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been given to you in relation to Senate committees. And for everyone got that? And for the Hansard record, and I'll just go to the front row first, and I'll start from my left. If you could just introduce yourselves and the capacity in which you appear today. When you finish that, then I'm going to ask for opening statements. Mr. Farnsworth.
Yep, Brent Farnsworth. I'm a wine grape grower from the Murray Valley, and also currently sit on the board of the IDC, which is the Industry Development Committee. We distribute the funds that the growers pay in a levy back to Murray Valley to use for projects.
Fantastic. What I will do, gentlemen, yeah, it's all gentlemen, I'll get you to speak into your mics because we've got some issues with the hearing because the air conditioner's being picked up. And for all those out there in the wild yonder that are listening to this on the internet, just so they can get very clear and precise and can hear you.
Thank you.
Mr. Frasca, you want
I'm Stephen Frasca, wine grape grower in the Murray-Darling as well, and I am Deputy Chair of the Murray Valley Wine Grape Committee. So yeah.
Thank you.
Chris Dent, I'm the Chairman of Murray Valley Wine Growers, and I'm also a grape grower from the Swan Hill region.
Thank you.
Paul Dorico, CEO of Murray Valley Wine Growers.
Thanks.
Peter Hill, I'm a wine grape grower, and I'm a committee member of Riverland Wine Grape Growers Association.
My name's Jack Papagiorgio. Lived here for 50 years, and I'm part of Riverland Wines since day one, 21 years ago.
50 years, are you a local yet?
But you've got to ask the locals.
It's a very Canberra thing that we ask. Anyway,
I think 50 years should be.
You think so?
Henry Crawford, I'm a very small grower from Waikerie and on the Riverland Wine Board.
Look, thanks, gentlemen. So I will give you the opportunity to go to an opening statement, and this is your chance to tell us and everyone out there exactly what you want us to hear. Who'd like to start off? Guys, you have to give you a couple of great northerns to get you going. Come on, you're talking to a truck driver, I know. Just fire up.
We'll have an opening statement from Riverland Wine.
Let's go, Henry. For God's sake, mate, give them something to follow.
All right,
for goodness sake,
thank you, Senators, and thank you for coming here to Renmark to visit us. Riverland Wine represents both growers and winemakers in this region. Representing Riverland Wine today is we've got Jack Papagiorgio from Cooltong and Peter Hill from Loxton, and myself, Henry Crawford from Waikerie. Riverland Wine made a submission to the Grape and Wine Sector Regulatory Analysis, currently being conducted by Dr. Craig Emerson, and this Senate inquiry focuses on the code. We refer the committee to that submission. I think it has been circulated. In that submission, we assert that any code of conduct must cover the supply chain from growers through to retailers. Further, a code of conduct must not distort market signals or slow or prevent supply-demand rebalancing. Riverland Wine supports the implementation of a mandatory code, provided that there is extensive consultation on key terms, as there are risks with a code to growers, and that a similar to a mandatory code be implemented between retailers and winemakers. Payment terms should be mandated to 50%, 30 days month after delivery, and 50% by June 30 in the year of harvest. And we also suggest that grape and wine contracts should be mandated to have a reference to price, either minimum pricing, fixed pricing, or a transparent price discovery mechanism. In recognising the desire, particularly from growers, to have a mandatory code, it can't be overlooked that much of the frustration is price related. At the moment, our industry is oversupplied, wine globally is oversupplied. Compounding this is a decreasing competitiveness of producers of Australian wine in our global markets. It is the commercial realities of grower contracts become too onerous. Wineries may seek to source wine for their products from other sources, including bulk wine, and this has greater risks for growers if they are forced into the bulk wine producing business. So with that, open to questions.
So thanks, Mr. Crawford, and the Murray. I'll spit it out in a minute. The Murray Valley Winegrowers, who'd like to.
I'll open up. So yeah, Murray Valley Winegrowers. We represent about 270 independent wine grape growers in our region. We only advocate for the independent growers. There are a lot of winery-owned vineyards and businesses in our region as well, but we are just acting on for the independent growers, and they pay a levy, which Brent's already filled you in on how that is distributed. We've obviously been quite involved in the code since inception. Paul is on the code committee. Observer. And another person in our region is now on the code committee as well. We have a mix in our region of wineries who are signed up to the code and a lot who aren't. And obviously we've seen and heard of many stories around good and bad about what has come since then, and obviously all the other inquiries like the ACCC inquiry and what that's done to some winery behaviour. We somewhat sit on the fence in terms of whether it's mandatory or voluntary. We feel that it's a how can I put this, Paul?
Straight from the heart.
Yeah.
Go hard, mate.
It's not delivering everything that we would hope in terms of a code, particularly around price releases and how some wineries are manipulating the market, but also using it as their mechanism to bring the price and the market down to suit their own desires and needs and pricing. So we're certainly the code has delivered some good things around dispute mechanism and brought some wineries into line in terms of introducing a very clear dispute mechanism clause, which is great. So we have seen some good parts about that. But like I say, the biggest issue we've seen is the wineries who are signed up to the code have to release their prices on a certain date, and then all the others sit and wait to see what those prices are and then do their own thing, generally lower than that anyway. So there's a somewhat feeling of a bit of market setting in that process, which certainly wasn't intended when the code came in.
I suppose the other thing I would add is that mandatory code or not, what needs to be fixed is the industry, because if there was a mandatory code in tomorrow, the issues of the industry would still be there and we'd still be having all the problems. If you want earlier pricing announcements, that we do. 5 years ago, when prices were good, there was no issues about announcing your prices earlier. We want better payment terms now. Well, again, when things were good, 2020 or thereabouts, you might have been able to get 30 days or maybe a bit quicker when prices were good. But yeah, the code is just a symptom of the disease. The disease is the industry's in the doldrums. It's that simple.
I can continue, I guess, from Riverland's point of view. Yeah, when times are good, you know, we're all working together and there's it's happy days. But for me, I think if we work hard now when times are bad and we put in place a code to keep us in a good position forever. Now, I know there's never the sun's going to. You're always going to get some sort of storm in the future for, whether it's a Prime Minister shutting another market or whatever. But if we work together hard now, in tough times, I know we need more markets, but we come up with some rules that we work together with. Like the growers said earlier on, if they get earlier pricing indicators, they can decide whether they mothball or not and save some money. But at the moment, it's all a bit too late. You've grown the crop, or you might as well continue to grow it and pick the fruit and end up losing money. But I think there's an opportunity to work hard now and put in place some. And we don't want regulations that are onerous. We want common sense regulations that strive for best practice.
Peter, just to
within
throw
the
that.
industry.
Oh, sorry, mate.
You're right.
If I can, Mr. Hill, sorry, to throw that around just to give you, a picture where we are. When times are good, we never hear from you. We know that, and whether it's you, whether it's bees, whether it's grass-fed grain, grass-fed cattle, whether it's dairy or whatever, and it's a common thread, because when times are good, your industry, not mine, is not sitting there thinking, well, what do we do when it's not so good? And unfortunately, you're always chasing your tail. But I just want to throw this around for some conversation and some thought. And there's been a number of suggestions put to us. Like we've heard earlier, the industry is on its, well, the growers are on their knees here in the region. But we also, while we're talking about voluntary codes of conduct, and this is just the world according to Glenn Still, no one else. So I'm not speaking for the committee or the government. When we're talking voluntary codes, number one, they mean diddly squat. But when you get a number of entities, and I'm not running protection rackets for anyone, but if you get those who enter into the code of conduct, unless all the rest are in it, it's just open slather, which you've already touched on before. And I absolutely get that. And I think you said it, Mr. Derrico, it's either all in or out. I think you were saying, was it you? Someone said it's either a mandatory or no code. Well, yeah. And so I just want to open that up, but can I just say, at the end of the day, and we've done this in the road transport industry, because the top of the supply chain is the economic employer. The top of the supply chain is the one that controls what goes on down here. And you guys, if I may dare say, you're no different than my mob out there on the road. You're all price takers. And unfortunately, while the industry, if I can say, is fragmented or split, or you're not all as one, it does make it damn difficult. I just wanted to throw that open, and please guys, we need some suggestions and we can formulate some recommendations, but we can't make this up. We have to hear it from you guys. So what do you actually want? Ponder that. If anyone wants to chuck two bolts worth in, please do.
Just quickly, continuing on, I guess when we said things were all rosy in the good times, guess what we did? We planted more bloody grapes. China was paying, $700 a tonne back to a grower. We planted more red grapes. So inside a code, if the winery gives a contract to plant grapes, there's got to be some sort of minimum price. Yep, okay, I'm going to plant. The minimum price is $300, for instance. Yep, I'm happy to plant. But if there's no price there, I guess you're just living on hope. And we've all seen it before. So I think potentially inside a code, there could well be some sort of pricing mechanisms that can give assurances for growers into the future. And maybe there's some sort of vineyard register, I don't know, but there's got to be, I think the government is preparing to understand how many hectares we've got in this country, but at the moment I don't think we know. So, that seems to be fundamental. We should know. We've got to match supply with demand, and at the moment we've got too much supply and not enough demand. So guess what? We're getting crap prices.
Yeah, and we've heard evidence to the contrary where some people don't want minimum prices and all that sort of stuff. But can I just think that I know what we've done somewhere else recently in terms of, not setting prices, but setting minimum standards. So what that meant is there's a body that says if you're not getting a minimum standard, i.e. paid on time or absolutely screwed, no lawyers allowed, but you have the ability to go there through the Fair Work Commission and go, this is for owner drivers, this is self-employed owner drivers, that you can say, well, that's not fair, so you'll cop a penalty if you don't fix it. give you something to think about?
Yeah, in terms, a code of behaviour in terms of everyone
enforceable by law,
and it's probably one of the downfalls so far of the current code is the retribution, and what's the penalty for not complying to the code? It's a toothless tiger, yeah. So it really kind of defeats, and only the people who are, or the players or the wineries who are good players are happy to sign up to it. The rogues are going to continue to be the rogues.
That's right.
And while there's no penalty on either not being on the code or not doing something right within the code, it's to us a little bit sad but pointless. But it'd be nice to have a set of rules, a set of behaviours that all wineries can comply to, and growers, because it's two-way.
Yeah.
So growers have to conform.
My experience, and my colleagues can talk for themselves, is that the majority of people who enter into the codes want to do the right thing.
Yep.
Now, things may change over the years, but that's, they're trying to do the right thing to start with, but then getting undermined by the ratbags. So anyway, questions? Senator Pocock.
Thanks so much for being here and bringing all of your experience to us in the Senate. Really, really appreciate it. As I've heard, there is broad support for a code that's meaningfully enforced, that, if I hear it correct, keeps rogues held to a standard in relation to pricing and payment systems. Can you just explain the payment system that you're supportive of, the regime? I think you said 50% 30 days and then another 50% by 30th of June in the year of vintage. Is that what you are advocating, Mr. Giorgio?
I support that because it gives the grower an opportunity to have a bit of cash flow within 30 days to receive the 50%, and then by end of June to have the other 50%. Actually, our input cost was in that financial year. So why shouldn't we get paid in that financial year? Because under the legislation in South Australia, wineries can only pay one third within 30 days, the other third in June, and the balance in September. But when you supply a private winery, you have to declare your September payment in June. I mean, I present you figures there in my time during the 50 years of grape growing and 21 years in Riverland wine. Riverland is not the Riverland that I came. Riverland is better than what it is. So I call on the industry and members of Parliament and the government of the day to sit down with the industry and find a solution. This is unacceptable. We cannot sustain this sort of low prices, 150 or 200, whatever it is. If I supply, you'll notice in my document there, back in 21, when we were getting the $500 a tonne, I had a turnover and income of 354,000. Last year was down to 105. You're never going to survive. It doesn't matter how good you are, what sort of experience you have, what type of operator is. I have adopted from day one, I need to have a good working relationship with the wineries because I need them, they need me. They need to have Jack Pub Georgia growing good quality grapes so they can turn it into good quality wine to market it, because 50% of our wine goes for export and 50% goes domestic. So we've got to make sure we work with our wineries. And look, if you have a good working relationship and you approach them in a constructive manner, you will work with them and they will work with you. But if you have this arrogant attitude, you're not going to get far. I mean, I can say that quite open. I had some wineries here. I lost my son in 2016. You know what the wine did? Paid for grapes. within 30 days. And he did it 2 years. He recognised my position and he said, how can I help? To the Senate now, I'm asking you, how are you going to help me? And how are you going to help my fellow growers? That's why I'm here, because when I leave from here, I've got to go back to my wife. She pulled $150,000 out of the super to support the farm. What am I going to tell her?
Thank you, Mr. Papagiorgio. I think you're describing the personal relationships which can be helpful in a time of loss and the impact on other people in your family and their income and savings when things are totally, the wheels have fallen off. So thank you for that very important evidence. I'm wondering whether you or anyone would like to make further comment around other ways in which you'd like to see the code improved. It sounds like you see real deficiencies in the code as it operates. Are there other things you would like to see in it? Mr. Frasco.
Well, instead of having the wineries come out at the start of December for pricing, I'm pretty sure they could come out, say, November, start of November. It gives us a little bit more time.
We've heard May earlier on. Come out.
I'm
sorry.
Oh, May will be great, but...
You mean for the price?
I mean pricing.
Oh, sorry.
Just when they come out with their indicative price, it's normally now in December, which we've only got a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, to try and work out if that price is good enough, or you've got to go try and find another price. And over the Christmas holidays, you can't get no one because everyone's off. So if you came in a month earlier, start of November, all right, it's not going to solve the problem, but at least gives us a bit more time to work out where we can go if we want to go somewhere else.
Or if it has to go to a dispute resolution at some point, it gives it time. Over the Christmas period, the wineries are all going to be on break. We're all at work doing water. The time is not quite the right timing to be negotiating prices over Christmas, and only 28 days before harvest, sometimes less. So anything that goes into a new code would need to be, it needs to be dealt with swiftly on that pricing mechanism. Like if it's got to go through court, it's going to be a no-brainer because the time frame won't work. The price has to be agreed to and set, 10 days before you pick the grapes. At this point, things are just a little bit squashed. So for a new code, I think maybe if they do bring the date of release back for the prices, that'll give some room for that to happen. But there needs to be an arbitration set up where it can happen very fast, and there needs to be someone appointed that can deal with it straight away.
And presumably, Mr. Farnsworth, not only the timeliness of that kind of arbitration or negotiation can occur, but also that there are some penalties if you walk away or don't honour an agreement that's been made. Is that also important?
Well, it would be important. I'm sure if, with most growers having contracts, there would be legal ramifications in there. I'm sure a grower wouldn't want to jeopardise losing his contract to his winery, so it's easier if you can work out some sort of a resolution before it gets to the point where you walk away. And if the winery wanted to throw the book at you, I'm sure the contract would stand at some point, but that would need to be in the code as well. It needs to be doubled up, I'm sure.
We've had evidence in submissions and here about growers feeling intimidated in terms of dealing with some big players on the other side of the table. Does anyone want to make any comments on that out of your experience? Mr. Derrico.
Only yesterday I was dealing with a grower that was saying they had to accept their winery's offer in contract by 5 p.m. yesterday. Obviously prices were released broadly within the industry yesterday, and the pressure was on that grower to accept the prices, otherwise today the prices would drop. So that sort of stuff. I think generally speaking, in the difficult conditions that the industry has at the moment, growers feel intimidated just to take the offer that's on the table, because they might not be able to sell their fruit because another grower will always accept that offer. Look, just generally, over the time, I think we've seen plenty of growers either not take up an issue through the code for the fear of retribution. And they might have a year or two to run on their contract, and it'll be, well, I won't create any waves because when my contract needs to be renewed, I might get a look in. So that's the type of thing that can happen. The other things, if I just go back to the question beforehand, was what else are we looking for out of the code? Well, that the improved pricing announcements. Now, I've said for some period of time now that there's not a winery that deals with a bank or that's a public listed company that wouldn't know their price come the 30th of June, because you've got to have a budget, and within that budget you're going to have your great price for the following vintage. Now, fair enough, things might happen around the world that change that, but then if you can amend your price, whether it's end of August, end of October, say, listen, the price needs to be amended because of this reason, that's all transparent. But at the moment, just to wait until the second Wednesday in December, as we put in our submission, invariably one of the large wineries comes out first and everyone else falls in behind. So that's one issue there. The other side of it as well is the improved payment terms. Now, some of the larger wineries have improved their payment terms significantly, but generally to think that you've got to wait 180 days to get your final payment, growers that I speak to say, listen, I could live with that if everybody else in the supply chain was on the same terms. And most other suppliers to wineries would suggest that it's 30 days to 60-day payment terms, but a grower is the one that has to wait for an extended payment.
Can I just follow that? No, you do. You want to go first? Chair's prerogative.
But I just want to say there was another Senate inquiry this year into the power of the supermarkets, okay? And for this committee, for as long as all of us have been on this committee, have known that farmers and growers and producers live in fear of the retribution that could come back from the top of the supply chain. But at that supermarket inquiry, the same thing came out, where we got commitments from Coles, Woolworths and Bunnings to meet with their suppliers, and no one would be prosecuted. And it would be lovely if we could get the same questions asked of our winemakers too. And that's not setting the winemakers up for a smack in the nose, it's actually to hear from them, because I don't think any corporation on the public record would not want to be part of that, dealing with their suppliers. Just wanted to throw that out.
I think it'd be fair to say that if there was a mandatory code, unless there's a code between wineries and the supermarkets, well, wineries will be stuffed. Yeah. Sure.
We heard earlier today from Ms Demas about how knowing your pricing earlier will affect your decisions as producers. Can you say a little more about that? Because when you get your price right at the end, when it's all, you've applied all your fertilisers and inputs and pruned in a certain way, I don't know anything about it, but I imagine it would affect your decisions if you knew that price information earlier.
Generally, here in the Riverland, we normally start pruning the first week, second week in June. If you talk to some winemakers, I can actually give you the price in June, July, because they run a business. They're professional people. They've got markets, and they are fully aware where the market is and the prices. So there is position for them to announce some prices in June, July, because that will give us an indication before we start putting investment and our capital costs in the vineyards to manage, and it would start from pruning. We've got to find ways to reduce the costs, but we need some good, strong indications where we're going with all this. We can't, as grape growers, sit back, do all this expenditure, do the right thing. We have to do this year, we do accreditation, sustainability, and guess what? Not $1 extra to the grower, but it cost me $2,500. So what value is this to me?
I agree and disagree. You know the season that you just come off and where the price is sat, and if the industry's not getting any better, you can't really say the winery's going to say, I'm going to pay you an extra $100 next year. You got to have a rough idea what's going on, and no one's telling you to grow what you grow. You grow it because it's your business and you choose to. And if you know there's patches and varieties that aren't going so well, you could make a decision if you want them or don't want them. Because if we're not profitable If wineries aren't profitable, we're not going to be profitable, and no one's going to win.
Yeah.
And then coming out, say, July, you might get $250 a tonne. Then what's to say when that comes in December, it's only $150 because the market's changed, and what happens there? It's a hard thing to try and work out. You got to have an understanding of your business and what you can and can't do.
There's also a big difference, isn't there, to having no transparency or explanation about what happens between 250 and 150. I hear you saying you would like to have clarity and reasoning behind the changes, for example, in pricing the report, rather than waiting till the second week in December to get anything.
Well, yeah, they could start June, and how you go through it, come August, something happened worldwide and we can't take your fruit, or it's going to be dropped by $100. They can probably do that, but who knows? Yeah.
It's probably impossible to predict that far out, honestly, to be accurate, because what if the winery did come out and say to a grower, well, it's going to be $300? It costs about $300 a tonne to grow, so he goes, well, I'll keep my asset alive and grow it, and then it comes out at $250 and he's lost $50 a tonne. I don't think you could put that pressure on the wineries to actually call it that early. I just don't think.
Even if you could, just as a matter of interest, in July, you're pruning in June, July, what would you do? Would you just, if it was not commercial for you to have that vintage that year, would you just severely prune, or what would you do to...
There's multiple options in terms of whether you continue to grow the crop or whether you put it to rest. There are sort of temporary mechanisms to be able to not produce a crop for a year or two. Pruning hard. Some choose not to prune at all. There's chemical means of removing the crop which reduces the demand of fertiliser and water. So there are options. But obviously the biggest thing is if you've got some sort of indication of price, you can set a budget. You've got a line in the sand, you can work towards that, whether you're going to give it a 5-star fertiliser program or a 1-star fertiliser program, whether you're going to, how much water you're going to apply. So there's obviously the more information you've got, the more power you've got to try and stay afloat.
Yeah.
Rather than a June or even earlier, I would suggest May. You're trying to guess what's going to be happening now. Prices were released yesterday. We've probably incurred 2/3 of our costs for the year to that point with just guessing what it's going to be. Now that's part of agricultural risk. That's farming. We get that, but being a partner in a supply chain in a very complex chain, it'd be nice to have a little bit more transparency about where the expectation might be and how we can manage ourselves, and they can help us and we can help them, if that makes sense.
Mr. Jericho, did you want to add?
The things I'd add in as well, that not all growers, well, there's different sizes and all that obviously, but there are plenty of growers who don't have a contract. All these guys here, some have probably got contracts and some haven't. Some might have minimum prices in those contracts. So that's just another complicating factor. All those growers who don't have contracts for their fruit are at the mercy of the wineries when those prices are announced. And the other thing, as I alluded to earlier, where perhaps one winery will come out first and they'll follow in behind. If there was a mechanism where all of those prices that wineries were going to pay were sent to an independent body, and then all the prices were released on the same day, or if all the wineries had to turn up in a room and do a PowerPoint presentation and say that's it. But just to take out that one, I'll loosely call it price signalling.
Yeah,
there's got to be a mechanism to provide some clarity.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Ruston.
Thanks. I'm just keen to understand, obviously the transparency of the pricing mechanism and also the early indication of pricing seems to be the thing that everyone's been, have said is the sort of like the most important thing to come out of this. How important is that in comparison? So, for instance, does anybody here believe that minimum pricing is something that should be considered?
I might start because I'm not a grower. All right. Well, ideally that'd be fantastic. All I would say is if everyone had a minimum price, If we thought there's an oversupply now, and that minimum price was somewhere near cost of production, we'll have a massive oversupply because you couldn't lose money.
Yep, thanks.
Yeah, so now off to these guys that actually
Mind
grow
you,
grapes.
like you've just sort of contradicted yourself by saying that'd be fantastic, but we're going to get an
If
oversupply.
you're a
which would
grower, that'd
terrible.
be fantastic.
Okay,
So you'll have an oversupply.
yeah, or maybe you can ask another question then. On the back of that, are there risks to growers of a mandatory code and putting mandatory requirements in place? Coffee?
I think there are some risks, particularly, well, pricing for one. The trouble with asking wineries, or forcing wineries to come out with their pricing early, by default means that they'll put forward the lowest possible price they can, and then that kind of sets off the market for the next 12 months, or up until the vintage. So, as a grower, I've never felt the need to hear my wineries pricing, in May or even earlier, simply because I have a reasonable understanding of the market, and so there's no great surprises with the market. So I think if we start sort of regulating wineries to put out that pricing, I think there's actually a very real possibility that can actually have a negative impact. The real life example of that is the grape payment terms in South Australia. They're legislated at, the final payment 30 September. So that's legislated as a minimum, and then it becomes the standard. So there's a real risk there. We've sort of got to put our economist hat on and think, well, how is the market going to respond to this? Which then, sort of thinking about the code of conduct more broadly, if the code of conduct becomes too onerous, and when I say onerous, I mean probably costly for wineries, if it's difficult for them to deal with small growers because they're off to arbitration, or because of the pricing, or some of the other issues that could find their way into a code of conduct, you can actually find that wineries will actually start to walk away from contracts and seek to secure their supply through more bulk wine acquisitions, which means more growers have to become bulk wine producers. And I'm not sure that there's a lot of growers here that actually want to move themselves further along the supply chain and take all that risk of not only being a grower but also being a wine producer. So there's a lot of risks with all this stuff. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
It's certainly in the commercial part of the wine industry.
I think that's what we're really talking
it
about.
is, yeah.
So I'm interested, because it seems to me, like from the conversations we've had so far today, that the grape growers are price takers, but so are the wineries in a large sense, because they're playing in a global marketplace that's dictating to them what they can actually charge. And of course, we know that input costs have gone through the roof. I'm sure they've gone through the roof for you guys, and similarly they've gone through the roof at the manufacturing point. So I'm keen to understand what you think would be a catalyst that would be able to be put in place by government, or what government could do to support an industry-wide response to what appears to be a symptom of an international oversupply of wine, most particularly an international oversupply of red wine. Is there something that you can see? Because it strikes me as putting a mandatory code in place is not necessarily going to be answering the big picture problem, and that is we simply got too much wine in tank and not enough markets to sell it in.
That's not, mandatory code's not going to be the silver bullet.
Yeah.
Maybe not grants to get out of grown wine grapes, maybe incentives to say let's try a different crop. But then if something's going well there, then it's going to be an oversupply in a few years' time because everyone goes into it. It's a hard thing to do, but people just got to look at their own business and unfortunately just got to make their own mind up. Can you still survive at this climate, these prices, and survive? But it would be good if government did come in and say, right, let's take a lot of this wine's excess stock and just turn it into ethanol, clean a few of these tanks up.
Everyone driving around in grape cars.
And like I said, the mandatory code is not going to be the silver bullet, but it's not going to fix the issue. Yeah, something else needs to be put out there to help get people going into a different direction.
I suppose in answering that question, I'd go back to maybe April last year, March last year. Australian Grape and Wine Incorporated put in a pre-budget submission for assistance, $86 million, and the industry has received, I think, $3.5 million. Again, it seems that plenty of other industries have had some sort of assistance, but the wine industry hasn't been so fortunate. So we can sit here and sort of come up with a few little ideas, but we've got to take what Australian Grape and Wine put forward and really try and support that, because they're our peak industry body. They do a great job. Put a lot of work, time and effort into the pre-budget submission, and just to have it, from my part, seem like it's been ignored was an insult.
So, to that end, you're suggesting that a concerted effort in terms of international marketing and promotion could be the catalyst to moving the oversupply, which would re-equalise the market in Australia. So you're not suggesting that there's too many grapes in the ground at the moment. You're actually thinking that we just need a bit of extra help to try and come over this sort of excess hump.
Yeah, with the surplus wine that's out there, and some of it's probably aged a fair bit, somehow that needs to be eradicated from the system. Now, whether that's export stimulus, whether that's finding a way to dispose of it, whether it's methanol, whatever it might be, there just needs to be a mechanism or some intervention to help the industry through the dramas we've got at the moment.
Yeah, we'll certainly be asking Accolade and Treasury in a minute whether they think that they can market our way out of this wine.
Rustin, I think unfortunately in the Riverland we've got a larger area of wine grapes. The Murray Valley is actually quite diversified. I'm not sure exact numbers, but very much more diversified in crops than what we are in this region. We've got a significant amount of wine grapes and a significant amount of red wine grapes, and that's why growers are. We've heard from growers today. Everyone's hurting, and the government's not reacting quick enough. Like they're talking, we'll transition to this, transition to that. No one's got money to do that, so. They're talking all the right stuff, but growers need money to transition into citrus or table grapes or stone fruit, get out of some red wine grapes, marry up supply and demand again. But government's just not reacting quick enough.
So to that end, I asked the councillors earlier this morning, is anybody actually put anything together in order to actually come up with what is a proposal? Because it's all well and good to talk about transition out or do whatever. You actually need to understand what that looks like. What are you transitioning to? How are you transitioning? Who's funding the transition? What's the timing? Is anybody doing that work?
The PIRSA is doing that work, but it's so slow. So we've actually, myself and Jack, spoke to some PIRSA people yesterday, and they're great at listening, but there's nothing available. But there is these RIC loans, and it came up earlier on about these RIC loans, which it's a $2 million loan to an agricultural business to expand or diversify or get out of wine grapes or do all sorts of things. But it's so onerous to qualify, and it's just about impossible to qualify. So that needs to be looked at and freed up. I think that was something that Barnaby Joyce put in place, those RIC loans. But unfortunately it's not being...
Thanks, Chair. I know we're running out of time.
Thanks, Chair. Just before we finish, just wanted to clarify a couple of things. The second Wednesday of December date, is that a mandated date in any shape or form, or is that like just a convention?
It's in the voluntary code.
In the what? Sorry?
In the voluntary
In the voluntary code. Okay. All right. So it's only...
So the second Wednesday in December is the date for announcements. As I was saying earlier, one might come out earlier and most of the others will come out on the 12th. That's if you're a contracted grower. So those who are uncontracted, they get their price when they get their price.
Righto. Okay. We've heard a couple of different ways of this pricing to be described. Like the big guys go first, and then the others sit back and wait, and generally their offers are lower than what might get put up by someone like Accolade. And that's a form of price fixing essentially, because they're relying on the prices of one or two big players and then falling behind it. We also heard I mentioned the word collusion mentioned earlier, which I'm not sure about the context of that. We didn't get to check on that. Have you got any thoughts about, you've received your prices now? Can you share with us any thoughts about what those prices were set on? Did you get any information from your wineries as to why the prices were set at those levels, or is it just the price that you provided?
It's just the price, but the problem is the majority of the majors, your Treasuries, your Accolade, your Pernos, they all sell in bottle.
Yeah.
They're not in the bulk market.
Yeah.
But the prices that we get is bulk market price.
That's based on the wholesale price?
Yeah.
Okay.
So whatever the bulk market price is going for is 50, 60, 70 cents worldwide. That's what they're basing our prices on. Yet they're not in the bulk market. They're in the bottle market. And the bottle market's not that like that. But that's how they justify their price to us.
Yeah.
The bulk market's doing this, so...
Yes, no, I had this discussion with someone yesterday. That was exactly the point I was making. After the wholesale market, there's a whole different range of things down the supply chain to grow your margins around your brand and your distribution networks and a whole range of things. But yeah, I was interested, do you know if the spot price, that wholesale price, moves at all prior to the release on the second Wednesday of December? Because surely it's got to be based on that wholesale price, because a winery could just go and buy wholesale wine on the market at that set price.
The world wants Australian product, so for some reason the Australian product's getting a lower price than any other one in the world.
Right.
I don't know why. We grow the grapes, they market it, they sell it. We don't really look that hard into it. But for some reason, yeah.
Do you know what the wholesale price for Shiraz is at the moment? Like the spot price? Spot market price?
Come up from where it was. I'm not too sure.
60 cents a litre. 65 cents a litre. Okay.
Bulk wine.
Yeah, that's the bulk.
It's all in the Shiraz reports that come out every month.
Yeah.
And people can monitor that very easily.
Okay, and then, so how many litres in a tonne? I've just got it, is it 1,000 or? 700. 700, okay. All right, I'll work that out. So, just in relation to, just my last question is, unfortunately we're running out of time. You mentioned a mandatory code is not a silver bullet for fixing your problems, but could you put it the other way? Could it be kind of kryptonite instead of a silver bullet to those who want the industry to rationalise and want to see small players exit the industry, don't want to see any kind of impediments to this rationalisation over time? Do you think that's a reasonable? Do you think there's that attitude out there in the broader industry, especially the winemaking industry?
I'm not sure.
No?
Through this difficult time, not every grape grower is going to survive this.
Yeah.
So the industry and government need to work out a package that those growers, whatever it's 5, 10%, whatever the percentage, don't want to do this anymore. They've been doing it for 30, 40, 50 years. They cannot find a way out of this. So here's an opportunity for the industry and government to negotiate a package. Government wants to buy back water for the environment. This grower here, those growers there, they want to leave the industry. Let them live with some dignity. They can stay on their farm, still contribute to the local economy. Let's just simply stop growing grapes because of their size, the age, you name it. So that's one way you can assist those growers to leave the industry. But for me, some other important things, we don't have an independent. Who determines how much wine stock there is? National Registration of Vineyards. Why are we not supporting it?
Yeah.
I hear some wines are not supporting the National Registration of Vineyards. We all should be supporting national vineyards. We have to know exactly what's in the ground so we know what we're marketing. what are we facing? And the other thing is, on Wine Australia, that I know, there's no grower board member of that board.
Yeah, we'll certainly be asking them about that. Yeah,
I did have asked that question, and I was told that Taylor Wines is a grower. I mean, I enjoy Taylor's wine because I think it's pretty good wine.
Yeah.
But in all due respect, he's a winemaker. Only Jack Giorgio on Wine Australia because he will represent Australian grape grower.
What are the implications of not having growers on that board? Sorry, last question.
Sorry?
What is that? What happens as a consequence of not having a strong enough grower's voice on that board?
Well, in any industry, you've got to have a primary producer on the board so you can contribute, so you can understand what's happening beyond the farm gate, regardless of what you produce. And I take interest beyond the farm gate. I want to know who's making a decision on my behalf. And I'll challenge their decision. Because if I don't get the answer, Jack will be back.
Just before we finish, just as a matter of interest, have any of you, in terms of your contracts over the years, had to bring in a third-party independent negotiator or facilitator?
Not going to.
Not going to, okay. But you
directly with the winery. I've done it once. I've used the code and done a dispute, and they just brought in an arbitrator. He made a decision, and we both.
And everybody abided by it?
Yep.
Okay.
No prejudice.
Just on that, with growers in our region, in the Murray Valley, they would generally make contact with me first, and then I would put a phone call in, and it doesn't necessarily get to the code. We encourage people to come together and sort their problems out.
So you would represent them because there would be concern or fear about them openly saying this to someone buying their grapes? Or?
No, in those cases, the winery knows precisely who it is, but we haven't taken it outside the district and made a lot of noise about it where there could be negative publicity. So we can create enough negative publicity in the region, but we just get together and sort it out, and most of the times that happens.
Okay. Yes, sorry, please, Henry.
Yeah, sorry. I think it is worth, I guess, just pointing out that this process is about sort of looking at the code, which hope to inform contracts and contract negotiations and discussions around that. And yet, so many contracts in this industry exist without any mention of price.
Any mention of?
Any mention of price.
Yeah.
It seems a very perverse system to me that when you enter a long-term contract, that it doesn't tell you what the price is or how the price will be determined, or perhaps a minimum price. And I think that the industry and growers have been very poorly served by price not being a key feature of a contract. It's an afterthought, which is ridiculous.
Well, certainly the economic drives at the ACCC agree with you on that. They seem to think it's a key element that's missing. We'd love to spend more time with you, and thank you so much for coming in, but we've really got to move on, so appreciate your evidence. And I don't think there was any questions taken on notice, but we may still put some questions to you in writing, and unlikely, but it is possible. And I think Senator Still gave you the dates. We'd need those questions back. But thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for your time.
So I now welcome representatives from Accolade Wines. I understand that I'll wait for them to come forward, sorry.
You're in charge now, aren't you?
I am, just while Glenn's...
Where's he gone?
Well, Glenn's going for a walk around the block. Just quietly. He's left. I think he might know. I now welcome representatives from Accolade Wines. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. My name is Joe Russo and I am the Chief Supply Chain Officer for Accolade Wines.
Great, thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement, Mr Russo?
I will, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence to the committee. Accolade is one of Australia's leading wine producers with a diverse portfolio of premium and commercial wine brands, including Hardy's, Grant Burge, Banrock Station and Berri Estates. We're proud of the role we play in communities we source grapes and make wine in. In many of these regions, we are a significant employer. In the Riverland, circa 350 people, full-time equivalents, in the local community, which swells to about 500 as we go through vintage. Maintaining close connectivity to the community is incredibly important. The Australian wine industry is facing a significant structural challenge. This is not new news and has been brewing for some time. Without repeating what you have read through various submissions to the committee, Australia has a significant surplus of grape varieties that simply outstrip consumer demand, both domestically and internationally. Whether winemakers are bulk wine suppliers or branded finished goods suppliers, the challenge remains. This challenge is largely related to global or macroeconomic factors well beyond the control of any individual participant in the wine market. These factors include changing consumer preferences and a genuine decline in consumption, high inflation and cost of living. We compete for discretionary income, increased competition in total beverage alcohol, ongoing impacts from the extended loss of a major export market, namely China, increased supply chain costs. Our biggest market in Accolade is the United Kingdom, and shipping costs through Red Sea surcharges and peak season surcharges post-COVID, and the impacts of energy, inflation and duty reform in the UK, again, one of our biggest export markets, driving complexity and increased costs for our business. Individually, each of these could be managed within the value chain. The biggest challenge we've got is they've all hit us simultaneously. Collectively, the factors have generated significant financial challenges for many wine businesses. Our own business was required to undertake a substantial recapitalisation process and ownership transition earlier this year. Accolade Wines continues to operate in a highly competitive environment, and whilst we have scale, it does not translate into an unreasonable level of market power. The ACCC has acknowledged that Accolade and other Australian winemakers are price takers globally and domestically. What this means in everyday language is we must act commercially and with reference to market forces. The competition between winemakers is intense, and we simply do not have the ability to unilaterally set grape prices for grape growers or pricing for consumers. We work hard at fostering strong relationships with our customer base. This has been evidenced by Accolade being rated #1 in wine as polled by the Advantage Group, an independent survey of our customers. Accolade has a significant investment in the wine industry and therefore remains committed to the industry operating in a sustainable way for the benefit of all participants. I have not had the same tenure as many of the people in front of you. I've only been with Accolade for 5 years and been in role for 9 months. And I will openly say that our relationship with CCW and the growers has not been where it needs to be. That said, I have made a commitment to assist in rebuilding this relationship and rebuilding trust. Accolade is the only entity in Australia, private or public, to have made a meaningful effort to support the difficult but necessary transition via support package put to the Riverland growers in the H1 of this calendar year. Despite this package not being accepted, we remain committed to being a party to gaining a sustainable wine industry through the entire value chain. The Code of Conduct for Australian wine grape purchasers is generally operating well, provides a robust and transparent mechanism to resolve disputes that is well utilised by industry. We acknowledge there is scope to continuously improve the code by increasing coverage, potentially strengthen penalty provisions, and we are prepared to work with industry to achieve those outcomes. However, we do not support proposals to make the code mandatory. The ACCC argues that prescribing a wine grape purchase code would be significantly more complex and resource dependent, and we believe there is no benefit of such a move that would outweigh the costs involved in an already margined, challenged industry. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and welcome your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Russo. I'll go to Senator Pocock for questions, and then I'll go to you, Senator Ross, and then I'll finish with some. Because we have split this segment, I'll just have to keep a close eye on the time.
No
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr Russo, for appearing. You've pointed to your significance in the industry, employing hundreds of people and a very significant player across the supply chain. Why did you not put in a submission to this Senate inquiry?
We felt it would be a better option to actually appear in person. We've positioned ourselves, we've provided many submissions with Dr Craig Emerson and others around the wine industry as a whole, but felt it incredibly necessary to be here in person.
I really appreciate you being here in person, but everyone else who appeared has gone to some lengths to give us their thoughts in advance, which is very helpful, of course, to the Parliament. I think it would have been very important for you to have put in writing what your view was. So, disappointing that you didn't do that.
I appreciate that, Senator.
You've mentioned that you don't believe you have an unreasonable level of market power. You, as I understand, hold around please correct me if I have this wrong, 6.6% of market share in 2025 and the fourth largest player in the wine market. And if your merger proceeds, as I think it is going to, you'll become the second largest player. Some stakeholders have likened that to Coles amalgamating with another major supermarket chain. What's your response to this question or this assertion that you are a very powerful player in the market?
The ACCC has already indicated that we don't hold increased power from a market point of view, not in grape purchasing, not in grape processing, and nor in wholesale sale of wine. Our market share in comparison, if you look at an incredibly fragmented category, there are we hold about 250 SKUs in our range and we only represent about 10% at the moment. That tells us we're competing on shelf against 2,500 SKUs. So from a market power perspective, given that the regulator has already indicated they wouldn't block the merger per se, I can't see that being as unreasonable.
You've suggested that your relationship with CCW and its 550-odd producers hasn't been where it needs to be. Isn't that a reflection of a lot of power in relation to those individuals, that you have been in a relationship which hasn't been where it should be?
The relationship actually isn't with the 550 or 507 growers, Senator. The relationship that we have is with CCW.
Yes, who represent
our
500
contract.
growers.
Yeah, our contract
That's
actually
semantic.
is with CCW. And whilst we want to build relationships with our growers, on occasion we've actually been withheld from doing so. I was intimately involved earlier this year in a grower engagement session with regards to the negotiation of a new contract, holding individual grower engagement sessions, holding mass meetings with all and sundry. On some of those occasions, we're actually asked not to. So the relationship sits with CCW. CCW has a relationship with the growers, and I think that's an important element to bring out in this inquiry, because when it comes to setting price, it's actually with CCW, the cooperative, and they also have a job to do in the education of our grower base.
I'm not asking you, Mr Russo, about whether CCW does a good job. That's not what you're here to answer to. I'm asking about you and your relationship with CCW, which is a commercial relationship which affects many players. So I'm asking you on your reflections about the power that you exercise in relation to CCW.
We are their only customer, Senator. We are their only customer, and I wouldn't take the assertion that that is then power. I would take the assertion that we are their only customer. When we tried to renegotiate and reset the contract around the total universe of tonnes, one of our asks was to diversify the customer base, so that you're not solely contingent and reliant on one customer.
So we have heard a lot of evidence here about arbitrators coming in and assisting where there is a conflict in relation to a contract, yes, and a number of cases where that has gone against the interests, the recommendation of the arbitration officer. The independent arbitrator has gone against the interests of CCW, and then most recently it went the other way and it was contested at the very minimum would be the right language by Accolade. What's your response to the accusation that we've heard, and we've certainly seen in submissions, that you haven't acted in good faith, and your deep pockets and internal legal capability have allowed you to act very powerfully against a group of producers who have to exercise a levy on their members to lawyer up and try and defend themselves.
I understand the question. We weren't in breach of the code in 2023. Our contract with CCW, it was drafted in 1999, so it's 25 years old. That being said, many of the clauses within that contract with CCW comply with the code in many regards. Now, Accolade and CCW in 2023 jointly appointed an independent expert based on pricing discrepancies and not being able to agree.
Sorry, Mr. Russell, can I just stop you there for 1 second, just to clarify, because we were told that you appointed.
No, that's not.
It was jointly appointed,
and it always has been.
Right,
I've been with the business 5 years. 4 out of 5 have gone to an independent expert, and it needs to be a joint appointment.
Okay, thank you.
And within that, there are rules. So each party puts their submission to the independent expert, and neither reviews each other's. In short, that independent expert then does their thing around pricing and where it lands. Now, I can't go into what happened post that initial independent expert because it's subject to confidentiality privileges. But what I can say is that we did not breach the code nor the contract. I wasn't in the job in 2023, and I do recognise it was taxing, and it's an incredibly unfortunate situation that played out. And I certainly don't want a repeat of that, and I've made that very publicly, known with the grower community when I came up and stood up in front of them. Part of it though was to try and renegotiate a new contract which better reflected current terms. And I talk about that. The current preferred supplier agreement is evergreen in every berry.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So evergreen, every berry. There's been lots of questions around the tenure. So the current contract as prescribed is evergreen. There is no end date. And it requires you to take every berry for every variety. We were trying to fix that to reflect modern supply and demand. Yeah, and hence the package that was put forward to growers to try and restructure to red grape varietals in the region.
Can you tell this committee your approximate level of expenditure on legal representation in relation to that matter?
Apologies, I was not in the role at that point in time and I couldn't tell you. I don't
You could
know
take that on notice if you would. Thank you very much. We've had an estimate given to us in a submission, so if you could correct it and give us the proper figure, that would be very helpful. When you say the relationship has not been where it needs to be, what do you mean by that, and what elements of that relationship do you intend to improve?
So we've heard a lot around the data and forecasting elements for grape varietals. One thing I certainly put forward when I've been up here in the first half of this calendar year a lot is the ability to show those and present those forecasts over a 5-year horizon. We create a long-term forecast twice a year based on our domestic and global demand, break that down by variety that we can then provide to the CCW cooperative to give a better steer on what grapes we need and in what quantities. So that's the first element. 2, it's been incredibly adversarial on both sides. I'm not going to suggest there's one party worse than the other. I think it's been on both sides. I know that CCW have had 3 general managers in my tenure, for example, so it has been difficult on both sides of the fence. And look, just build relationships. There's a good start. Build a relationship with the people that are the cornerstone of your business in the Riverland.
So you have made a general comment that you think the code should remain voluntary. You are opposed, as I understand what you've just told us, to a mandatory code. Have I understood you correctly?
That's correct. I don't see any need to mandate the code as at today.
And you feel it's operating well. I think I heard you say those words.
That is correct.
We've heard evidence to the contrary from, I think, everyone who's appeared today before us. What's your response? I'm sure you've read submissions to the many people who have recommended changes in the timing of the prices made available to producers, to the there being genuine penalties. I think you did mention penalties in your comment.
I did. Yep.
Yeah. So can you give us your response to those critical
elements? Yeah.
Things that people have been pushing for?
I can.
Yeah. Okay.
So we spoke. There's been a lot of talk about pricing and the timing associated with the releasing of that pricing. Accolade can release pricing in July. Of course it can. We'll factor risk into that pricing for the unknown. And that's the problem I see with going early with pricing. The industry is fragmented. Your long-term forecasts change. In the last week, I've seen the UK pull down their demand significantly on the back of duty reform, right? So the time lag between July and December is long. Now, you can give an indicative price. Of course you can. You've got plenty of price indications in Wine Australia. There's other CIATI reports that talk about bulk wine pricing. I've also heard that, and the triangulation of, which is generally how you set pricing, whether you're packaged or not.
I think I get your point there. What about the penalties? I just know my time is short.
Oh, sorry.
You could move to what penalties do you support should be introduced?
I don't have a view on what penalties should be imposed upon wine processors for non-compliance. I don't particularly have a view on that, Senator.
Okay. Thanks.
Just before I go to Senator Ruston, the reason we're having this Senate inquiry today is because of what happened in 2023 between yourself and CCW.
Yep.
So if you mentioned it didn't play out, some regrets there. If you had your time again, would you have walked away from that contract, or would you have honoured it through the independent third party?
We didn't walk away from the contract. We challenged the findings, and we were within our rights to challenge the findings of that expert determination. Hence why I say we weren't in breach of our contract or the code.
But didn't you add an extra? You mentioned earlier you added something about diversifying to that. We were told today that you went back with another demand in relation to this particular arbitration.
Yeah.
Which wasn't part of the original arbitration.
It's under confidentiality privilege. I'm more than happy to take it on notice and provide the answer to you.
You've got complete privilege when you're speaking today, Mr. Rosso. You've got parliamentary privilege.
Yeah.
Well, that's internal.
It's internal, yeah.
Yeah.
I need to take that on notice.
Right, I'll go to you, Senator.
Sorry,
Russell.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Look, thank you, and I apologise if you've answered these questions. I just had an urgent call I had to take. Okay. So I'm just interested in terms of how Accolade determines the price that it offered yesterday. We heard earlier from TWG that it was a combination of input and production costs and market price. Is that the same sort of exercise that you?
Same triangulation, Senator, yep.
Okay.
With one overlay, apologies, with one overlay, my own supply and demand.
Yep.
What I actually need in tonnage versus surplus situations. Whatever I have in surplus, I have to sell in the bulk wine market.
Okay, so your own existing company situation.
Correct.
So in terms of the fluctuation in those determining factors, I mean, you're obviously going to know what you've got in terms of stock. It's something that happens once a year.
Yes.
So in terms of input and production costs and market pricing, what is the level of fluctuation that occurs, say, between June and December that would not enable you to give better indicative pricing earlier than the second week of December?
So from an operations point of view, wine as in our business is circa 50% of total cost of goods. The fluctuation in that, I'm going to say, is within 5 to 10%. You can pretty much put it nearest the pin. If I talk about global wine markets, however, that's the volatility. That's what you do not know, which then influence bulk wine pricing.
Yeah. So what sort of volatility would you normally see over a 6-month period?
In our own internal costs, you mean?
No.
Or in the
global?
global? 5 to 10%, perhaps, if I was to take a stab at it.
Okay. And so that 5%, 10%, how does that then translate back to the price on the ground to the grower?
depending on which way it's going, is which way the grape price will go.
Yeah, no, I get
Our
that.
primary indicator would be bulk wine pricing, as released by Wine Australia, SIATI, etc. And what we can adequately do from a break-even analysis, and we'll do that accordingly.
Okay. One of the previous witnesses, and you were in the room when he made the comment around the fact that there is nothing refers to price in the contracts. I mean, is there any foreseeable situation into the future where price could actually form part of the contract? So, there is a view that you don't want the code. I'll ask you about that in a minute. But in the absence of actually having anything in the relation to a code, there really does seem to me like there needs to be at least some reference to pricing in the contractual arrangements with the growers. Otherwise, they really are left completely at the whim of the marketplace with no control whatsoever. Can you see that there is a need to have some sort of pricing component of the negotiation that exists between you and your suppliers to enable them to have certainty? Otherwise, I can't see why we're going to have any grape growers in a minute.
So we would generally do that for new plantings, etc.
Yeah.
We would put in minimum pricing.
No, I wasn't talking about minimum pricing, just talking a reflection of pricing. I mean, like the arrangement that you put in place. So if you've got a new grower that's come on and you've told them that you want them to go and plant Tempranillo or whatever,
yes,
do you then say to them, I will give you a contract for a period of time at a certain price?
Yes.
And can you break that contract?
No.
Okay, cool. So just finally, in relation to the voluntary code, I understand Accolade is a signatory to the voluntary code?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that you are meeting the intent of the code as an organisation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. So, Mr. Rosso, we'd heard from the witnesses today that under previous third-party arbitrations had been found in the favour of the winemaker in Accolade, and the growers didn't contest those previous decisions.
Yes.
You did contest the decision when it went against you. You just mentioned a little bit earlier, so I'm a little bit confused that you went back to the growers with some kind of proposal around diversifying. Was that the time you did that? I'm just a little bit.
So that was post the issue associated with the independent determination. So that was part of a support package to remove 23,000 tonnes of red varietals out of the ground.
Right.
For
okay.
a sum of money.
So so then to be clear, then when you say you contested the decision of the third-party arbitrator, don't you, without giving us the details, did you go back to the growers with extra demands? Like how did you contest? How did you contest that? Was it just purely on price that we're just not going to pay that price?
It was. Again, I'll take that on notice and I'll give you the appropriate answer. Yeah.
You don't have to go into details if it's commercial in confidence, but
yeah.
What was the nature of you contesting that decision?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
So,
look, I've been in the finance world myself, and I had a look at your background. I know you have too. With the equity, was it Bain who bought the company? You said there'd been a transfer of ownership, and you've been there for that recently.
Yes.
You didn't paint a very rosy picture of the state of the industry, and no one has today. Why were these equity partners buying into and recapitalising a company, given such a horrific outlook for the industry? What's your view on that? Cyclical?
My view would be it's cyclical. So supply chains post-COVID have been the most tumultuous 4 years that I've experienced in 30 running supply businesses, with increased headwinds, inflation, energy, etc. And then there's probably a longer-term view around consolidation, and hence the announcement middle of this year around the merger with Pernod Ricard. So I think the Bain or the AWHL consortium saw it as an opportunity.
Saw it as a long-term opportunity.
A longer-term opportunity. Yep.
And would that consolidation include growers going to the wall and exiting the industry?
Not at all.
No?
We still need grapes, and that's the fundamental outlook here. We have a winery which has hundreds of millions of dollars invested in it. You need to put tonnage through the winery to get the recovery on that overhead. So we still need grapes. I've stood up in front of growers every week for virtually 3 months, telling them the same message: we need your grapes. What I wanted to try and change was the varietal mix to better meet the supply and demand profile than evergreen in every berry.
Right.
That was what we're trying to change.
As Accolade, are you vertically integrated at all? Is there a reason you haven't purchased vineyards and gone down that road?
It's just capitally intensive, that's all. It's just the capital associated with it.
With buying vineyards?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Okay. It's not because you don't want to take on the risks of the agricultural risks and other risks of being a wine grower?
We took $115 million inventory impairment in 22.
Yeah.
We took $150 million of goodwill on brand in 22. We had a net reported loss of $230 million.
Yeah.
So we went out buying vineyards. We're actually selling assets,
Right.
Senator.
Okay. Now, I appreciate all the risks associated with what your business model of buying grapes and making wine and marketing it and distributing it. And, but do you accept the high risks that are associated with growing grapes and
Of course I accept
having to make a living out of that?
Of course I accept this agricultural risk, of course.
And don't you think there should be a code of conduct that tries to better balance those risks? You've got your risks, growers have got their risks, and when you walk away from a third-party arbitration, that puts people's livelihoods on the line. Don't you think that's a red line or a line in the sand that shouldn't be crossed?
I think there's genuine ways in which we can improve the code. Genuine ways in which we can improve the code. Do I think that you can mandate pricing? No, I don't. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you set floor pricing. I don't know how you can't involve industry in the biggest issue for me is changes to it. We're happy with the way it is structured at the moment. If it was mandatory, it's the changes thereafter without consultation with industry that we're more concerned about.
Okay, but even if it wasn't prescriptive on price, which I understand, there's one model where it could be minimum prices, another where it could just be the current model, but it's mandated participation, and if you go to third-party arbitration, it's mandated you accept the outcome. Don't you think that's reasonable? If the panel's truly independent, you provide your information to them. Look, if you said to them, if we pay this, we'll go broke. Like, we'll go to the wall, so none of them will have any buyers.
Yes.
Surely that's the kind of information you give a third-party facilitator. And then the growers give their information and they come to some kind of agreement.
Yeah,
isn't that a good process?
And it has been for 3 out of the 4 independent expert determinations that I was
It's because it went in your favour. Those 3 out of 4 went in your
favour. That's actually not a true statement.
It's not a true statement?
Going in our favour.
Right.
And in 24, we actually negotiated pricing without going to an independent expert with CCW. So
that's this year. That's right now.
Vintage 24 that just went.
Okay. So
and we've released pricing yesterday for 25.
So if I'm moving really quickly, because
okay.
Unfortunately we're going to have to wrap up in 2 minutes.
Sure.
So in terms of the prices that you've just released, presumably yesterday,
yes,
to your growers,
yes.
What do you expect the process to be now? Are you able to give us any indication of where the prices have improved for growers? Whether you see, whether you expect this will be contested?
So pricing has improved on the weighted district average of 24.
Right.
So of last year's vintage, they have gone up. We've seen an uptick in whites. We've seen an uptick in reds. You would have heard the bulk wine pricing have a slight uptick. So we're seeing that. We will now go in and negotiate. My head of grape supply is actually meeting with CCW today to go through that schedule. And we'll continue to negotiate between now and probably about the middle of Jan, where we need to go. That's where the rubber hits the road, basically.
Okay. And if it's contested, or they contest it and it goes to a third-party arbiter, will you accept the decision of that this time?
If the arbitration is done in accordance with the submissions, yes.
And it wasn't done that last time?
I'll submit my answer. I've taken that question on notice. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for your time. We're very likely to have some questions for you on notice, and we'd appreciate those. What was the time? 20th of December, if possible. I know that's getting close to Christmas time. Maybe we can talk about that.
Okay,
that's what the committee said at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your evidence.
So I now call Treasury Wine Estates.
Good questioning. Well done.
So information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah,
Karen Petty, Chief Supply and Sustainability Officer.
Fiona Anderson, Senior Legal Counsel and Representative on the Wine Industry Code of Conduct Committee.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement before we ask questions?
Sorry, can you hear us?
The air conditioning's really loud. Thanks.
Righto. Is that good? Righto.
Please, yeah.
So thank you for inviting Treasury Wine Estates to participate in today's hearing. My name is Karen Petty and I am TWE's Chief Supply and Sustainability Officer. Joining me today is Fiona Anderson, TWE's Senior Legal Counsel and our representative on the Wine Industry Code of Conduct Committee. Together, we each have over 20 years' experience in TWE. Throughout my career living and working in key grape growing regions across Australia, I've witnessed firsthand the changing dynamics of the wine market and the fluctuations in supply and demand. This has provided me with real understanding of the importance of the wine industry to these communities. This is not just an economic issue, it's about livelihoods, generational legacy and the fabric of these rural and regional communities. By way of background, TWE is a leading luxury wine company operating in over 70 markets worldwide. We manage a global portfolio of wine brands and over the years we have adopted a premiumisation strategy to align with market trends, consumer behaviours and our vision to become the world's leading luxury wine company. This is something that we've communicated openly and regularly with our growers, our team members and external stakeholders. As a result of this strategy, the profile of our supply has changed over the years and now less than 10% of our grower contracts relate to grapes from inland regions. In Australia, TWE is both a wine producer and a grower. We hold over 6,000 hectares of vineyards in Australia and several wineries. We're acutely aware of the significant challenges facing commercial growers in Australia, particularly in the inland regions such as the Riverland, Riverina and Sunraysia. These challenges are compounded by extreme weather events, limited and reduced access to water, changing consumer preferences and market access issues. These factors have created a perfect storm, all leading to the current structural oversupply of commercial grade red wine grapes. It is important to note that these challenges extend beyond Australia's inland regions and reflect a global trend affecting grape growers in the United States, France, South America, to name a few. TWE takes pride in building and maintaining strong relationships with our growers while fostering open communication and transparency. We are not supplied by a cooperative group, rather have individual relationships with growers, many of which are long-term. Our approach and how we structure our relationships is based on our positive and collaborative grower network. TWE has been a signatory to the Voluntary Code since its inception in 2009. We believe it's a valuable framework providing fair and equitable commercial terms between growers and winemakers while also supporting the growth and development of mutually beneficial relationships. While the wine industry is no stranger to cycles of supply and demand, today's challenges are different, given the current structural oversupply of commercial red wine grapes. TWE has publicly advocated for targeted support for commercial grape growers and measures to protect the reputation of Australia as a leading wine exporter. We remain committed to working collaboratively with industry stakeholders and government to ensure sustainable outcomes for growers, producers and exporters alike. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Karen. Good. Senator Ruston, did you? I'll go to you, Senator Pocock.
Okay, thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate your presence. You would have heard me ask the previous witness about why we didn't get a submission. Same question for you.
Yeah.
It's great to have you here, but why didn't the Senate get a submission from you?
We contributed to the peak body AGW's submission and also the Code of Conduct Committee. So we saw value in standing behind our peak body of AGW and worked very closely with that contribution. So our voice and our points are clearly made in their submission.
Okay, thank you. You are, as you said, a signatory to the code and have been since 2009, I think you said, when it began. What's your response to the submissions we've heard that it should become mandatory?
Look, we're open to understanding more on this front. I mean, whatever improves the industry situation. I mean, the heart of this issue, there is a structural oversupply, and I'm not convinced that the mandatory code will change that, but we are open-minded in terms of whatever is for the benefit of the industry, we're open to participate in. I think the other point to make is, as you've heard from not only the previous speaker but speakers before that, it's a complex issue. So making sure we have a collaborative process that's well understood so that everyone's voice is heard is a process that's necessary.
So you will have heard the growers earlier say the code is not a silver bullet, even if it becomes mandatory.
Correct.
But we have heard a number of very specific changes from growers that they are seeking: earlier notification of price, penalties for failure to meet elements of the code. Are there any particular changes that you've heard of or seen in submissions? Not that I assume you've studied them all, but I'm sure you've caught the general flavour.
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes, we have read them all.
Yeah, good. Thank you. That's wonderful. But yes, so what's your response to the elements that people are seeking change in the code?
I mean, what I took from that is a diversity of opinions on all these things, and that sort of goes to my point of consultation. There is no silver bullet. It is a complex issue. I don't think we can step away from the heart of this issue, or the crux of this issue being an oversupply situation. The amendments, I mean, there is an effective committee that governs this, and I'd advocate for the voice of all these submissions to be heard through the committee, so the committee can respond accordingly.
Can you see any unintended consequences of the code becoming mandatory, with your knowledge of the industry?
Oh, look, the way we abide to the code, we have no issues that sit around that we can't resolve. So no, not at this point in time.
Okay.
You've got a perspective?
No. Okay. You've made a shift strategically towards the premiumisation, if I've got the terminology correct. Can you just say a little more about why you have shifted away from inland suppliers?
I mean, all of our discussions. Actually, I might start by saying we've been talking about this for several years now in terms of our premiumisation strategy, and we've been doing that quite overtly through shareholder discussions, market discussions, and grower discussions. So that's the point I would like to make up front. It generally comes around to consumer preferences. So what we're seeing in terms of consumer preferences of drinking less, the alternatives, drinking less but better. We've definitely jumped on that last point of drinking less but better, and we know that the margins are better and there is a more profitable business in the luxury side of the business. Right. The other point that was touched on with the previous speaker is this is a global issue as well. This isn't a market opening type discussion where we can market our way out of the surpluses in this industry. The structural issue here is being felt around the globe, and consumer preferences are changing globally.
In terms of your operation, you hold 6,000 hectares, so you're a very serious grower in your own right, but vertically integrated.
Yes.
What proportion of your crush comes from internal versus external suppliers?
I don't have the exact number to mind.
Ballpark?
I'd say 20%, maybe more.
50?
20.
20% is internally.
Yeah.
Great.
I'd have to fact check that, but.
So how many suppliers have you got, ballpark? Producers outside?
In this region we have, in the inland region we have 40 growers.
40 growers.
Yep.
And can you give us a sense about the length of contract? And
yeah, average length is actually 5 years.
5 years? Yep.
Which we think bodes well for the types of relationship we seek to have with growers in this region.
So 5 years of contracting. What would be the average length of contract Treasury has with its?
No, the average length is about 5 years.
The average length is what?
Yeah, I think over 75% range from sort of 2+ years. So the average length is 5 years.
Okay. And amongst those 40 or so external suppliers from within this area, what's your kind of legal picture? Do you have many disputes with your suppliers, or have you been able to have the relationships that you've spoken of that you strive for with those 40?
No, we're very proud of our relationships with our growers. I think over the years we may have had sort of 4 or 5 disputes, and only one of them has gone to the code. So we've been able to resolve those issues just between mutual negotiations with the grower before the appointment of an independent expert. So I think only one has gone to the code where an independent expert was appointed.
So is it a fair statement then, and I'll hand over because I know my time is short, to say that careful attention to long-term relationships that are commercially respectful and as transparent as possible has allowed you to meet the obligations of a code voluntarily, and probably even if it was converted to mandatory, without any problems?
wouldn't extend to the mandatory just yet without that consultation point I made earlier, but acting under the clarity of the code, that's a great framework to create a transparent environment. So having standards within any relationship helps both parties know where they stand, and that's been effective in that respect.
And can you say a little more about what you mean by the appropriate consultation? What would you like to see if we did move to, if there was a recommendation, what does it need to do
Look,
to get that
I'm
right?
conscious of our size and the perception of that, so I want to make sure that whether it's a small grower, a medium-sized grower or a large grower, they have a voice at the table and that is heard. So whatever changes are proposed, they reflect the industry, not individual parties within that.
Great, thank you. By size is really important, clearly. And in terms of penalties, we've heard evidence that a code without penalties is not a code worth really having written down. Do you believe there should be significant penalties for breaches of a code like this?
Oh, it's very hard to comment on penalties when you don't actually see, I guess, the regime and the mandatory regime that's set up. So it's very difficult to comment on penalties. What I would say though is there's so many significant benefits to the code. I think you mentioned it's not worth having a code unless there's penalties, but the code does, create a really sort of positive tool, especially around contracting practices, like setting out minimum terms that are there to protect the grower, basic things from having a contract in writing, specifying maturity, purity and condition standards, minimum pricing terms as well. So I think it's important to, and as we've also heard, the dispute resolution procedures which are there to protect the growers. So I think it's important also to focus on the benefits there as well.
So as an experienced legal counsel for a large player in the industry, you see positives in a level playing field around the code's clauses and provisions. So is that a fair statement?
Oh, absolutely. I think the code sets out a really good and important framework that underpins the relationship between winemakers and growers, and it's a really important tool for the industry. Always looking at ways to improve and get more signatories, but I think it's a really valuable tool, and Treasury is proud of our relationships with our growers.
Okay. And you will have heard a number of suggestions for how the code might be improved for the benefits of growers in terms of timing and pricing and so on, which you are recommending there should be consultation around, as I understand. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Sorry, I'll just say Fiona. So the one occasion where you did have to go use the code and go to a third-party arbitrator, was there any dispute around that decision?
No.
So
we had a discussion with the grower and we couldn't arrive on price. So we notified the grower that the best steps for him would be to lodge a dispute. So send details to him of the form that he needs to complete. He sends the form off to the Code Secretariat and lodges a dispute. And then both parties either appoint an independent expert or the Code Secretariat appoints an independent expert. The independent expert is appointed. They go off and do their thing and make a determination and return that determination to both parties, and that determination is binding.
Are you aware of any decisions apart from the one we're discussing today with Accolade where it's got to that point and then the parties to that arbitration haven't agreed to the decision of the third party?
No, I haven't heard of any.
Okay. So in the Riverland, you said, was it 40 growers that you...
Not in the Riverland, the extended inland region.
Sorry.
So it's quite spread, mainly Sunraysia through the Riverland.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts? Obviously, we're dealing mostly with the commercial aspect of wine and grape production in today's hearing. Do you have any thoughts on other, like more premium areas, whether it's South Australia or elsewhere, as to whether there's been any concerns around mandatory versus voluntary codes?
I don't know, I haven't heard anything specific from the premium regions. No, I haven't heard anything that puts straight back like this. It seems to be more a inland region issue that is related to the surpluses in this region. So that obviously puts pressure on the dimensions of this operation, and that's driving a lot of the conversation, I expect.
Okay. And has Dr. Craig Emerson been in touch with you in his consultations more broadly on the industry?
Yes, he has.
He has. Okay. And what, recently or?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Recently?
In the last couple of weeks, yeah. He's reached
Okay.
out to us and asked a couple of questions.
Good. Okay. Well, perhaps my last question, because unfortunately we are running behind time. Have you, to at least your growers in the broader area we're discussing today, have you provided pricing on the second Wednesday of
Yes.
okay, and so that was yesterday. And are you able to say, and I'll ask this same question to all the witnesses today, is it in any way related to the spot price of wholesale wine, or do you, like previous winemakers have told us earlier, you work backwards from your own demand for your product, and then...
Correct, yeah.
Can you give us any more ideas on what metrics you use to set that price?
I think a point I wouldn't mind making is our contracts in these commercial areas have minimum prices in them, so that is one point of difference, probably to others. But in terms of the pricing, our pricing is relatively flat to prior years, but that's off a relatively good base as well. So the same mechanics that most people use to determine price exist with us. The difference is your internal supply and demand balances, as Mr. Russo said. So.
And because you're a member of the code, as Accolade is, and others who do provide this update on the second Wednesday, do you think it's fair that there are a number of other winemakers that sort of sit back and watch the bigger players like yourself set the market, and then kind of, I suppose, opportunistically offer prices below the market?
I can't speak for others. I can speak to ourselves and our compliance with the code. I also have a point around I suppose the reason why the date is quite relevant to producers, and some of those have been spoken about before, which is you are going through a peak season in terms of selling wine, so your outlook goes from more of a forecast-oriented number to an actual number, and that gives you quite a clear view of kind of where you're going. So I get why it is where it is as well, but in terms of others' behaviour around it, no, I don't have a perspective on it.
No worries. Okay. Well, I think that's all from us. So thank you. And as said to previous witness, we may have questions for you on notice. And the committee set a date of 20th of December if we could get responses. But I do appreciate that's a very tight turnaround. So we'll let you know if that's the case.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So we've pushed through the break, and I now welcome back representatives from Australian Grape and Wine, the Code Management Committee and Wine Australia, our last witnesses for today. Anne, I'll go to you first. So I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? I might start with you first, Dr. Waters.
So, Liz Waters, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Wine Australia.
Thank you.
Martin Cole, Chief Executive Officer for Wine Australia.
Ashley Keegan, and representative of the Code Management Committee of Australian Grape and Wine.
Thank you.
Lee McLean, I'm the Chief Executive of Australian Grape and Wine.
Great. Does anyone have an opening statement they'd like to make?
Just a very brief one, given
Please,
the time,
yes.
if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
you could table your extended statement if you
That's fine, yeah. So, be very brief. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. Obviously, Wine Australia is a statutory body under the Commonwealth with three primary functions under the Wine Act in terms of research and development around competitiveness, improving the competitiveness of wine, marketing of wine to improve the image and quality and price paid for wine, and we're also a regulator, so we regulate exports, etc., and that's about protecting the reputation of wine. So clearly the terms of this inquiry fall outside the prescribed functions for Wine Australia under the Act. However, I will reassure the committee that we recognise the outcomes of this inquiry will have an influence on the sector's operating environment, and that's something certainly in this role we've been very conscious of as in our extensive work and consultations with the sector. So to conclude, so our role really today is to provide data and insights that might enable more informed decisions by the committee. We look forward to continue to work with the committee, sector representatives, government, etc., and really to try and plot a successful course for the sector. Look forward to taking any questions and any other support that Wine Australia can give to this committee. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. I will now go to Senator Ruston. Oh, sorry, did anyone else have opening statements? Please go.
If I may, thanks, Senators, for doing the work that you're doing on behalf of our industry in some of the most tumultuous times. My name's Ashley Keegan. I'm here as a proxy for Mr Peter Hayes, who's the independent chairman of the Code Management Committee. Unfortunately, Peter's unable to attend due to international travel, and I've been asked to give you, lend you my position from a code management perspective. I've been on the committee for since November 2020, and whilst I'll answer the questions to the best of my ability in the context of the Code Management Committee, it's probably may be helpful for you to frame your questions to me with a bit of an understanding. I'm a commercial grape grower. The next vintage is my 28th vintage that I undertake, and I started growing a family vineyard, then went through vineyard management, chief viticulturist roles, executive roles, and I now find myself as a CEO of a very large vineyard management and grape growing enterprise. I operate over 4 states across Australia, look after 20 sites, but predominantly what I do is grow grapes and sell them to wine companies. Last year I grew for over 40 different wine companies. So in addition to my day job, I volunteer as obviously a member of the Code Management Committee, but I'm also humbled and daunted by the responsibility as the chair of the Vignerons Committee for Australian Grape and Wine, where I do my best to create a voice for Australian grape growers across the country. And with that role, I cascade onto the board of Australian Grape and Wine as well. I think, look, I'm not going to go into the detail of the code. You understand that, you've seen the submissions, but I think what I can do is try to give you a bit of an operating perspective on how the committee operates, give you an understanding of that. And I think we come together as a really quite a diverse group of people with that 50-50 split between grape growers representatives and winemaker representatives. We're also very lucky to have Paul Derrico and Jeremy Cass as observers from the Riverina and the Murray Valley area. Whilst they're not voting members, when we get inside the room, they're team members, and we thrash out what we need to thrash out in the context of the code. We've got a really clear administrative and management responsibility within the code, but what I really like to do is the fact that we get to capacity to sort of monitor and influence that document as a living, breathing document as the industry morphs, and the rate of change that's happening within the industry is acute at the moment. So that flexibility that we've got and that leadership under Peter Hayes, where we lean into those issues and deal with things that are cropping up. The code's not perfect, but it is an effective tool for guiding industry, navigating the supply chain within the industry relationships. In my 4 years of experience, I've watched it have some palpable impacts on the interactions and the relationships along the supply chain for those who are signatories. I watched it do very little for those who are not signatories as well. And on that note, I'll finish my opening remarks, and I look forward to answering any questions that I can help you with.
Yeah, thank you for your remarks, Mr Keegan. We've certainly seen some really raw human emotions today of people who are suffering, significant uncertainty in their lives, and simple things as making a living and keeping their traditions going. So thank you for acknowledging that. Senator Ruston.
You're right, Mr McLean.
Oh, sorry. That's okay, Senator. Look, I think it might be worthwhile just making a short opening statement to provide some context, if that's okay. So thank you very much for your time, Senators, for being here and for allowing me to make this this statement. Lee McLean's my name. I'm the Chief Executive of Australian Grape and Wine, Australia's national association of winemakers and wine grape growers. Our aim is really to work as the interface between the industry and political decision makers in Canberra, where I'm based, and I've got a team here in Adelaide as well. The organisation was established in 2019 via the amalgamation of the Winemakers Federation of Australia, so the winemakers body, and Australian Vignerons, the growers body, at that point in time. And that was driven really by a desire broadly shared across the industry and government at the time for the sector to speak with a single voice, underpinned by a mature forum for developing policy positions on a range of issues. Ours is a really diverse sector, and brokering consensus on issues can often be difficult, particularly when times are tough as they are now. But the system we have in place allows growers and winemakers to work on issues collaboratively, and this is a powerful thing. A lot has been said today about the state of the industry. I won't labour that point too much, but what I will say is that at the heart of the issues that we're hearing about, and you're right, Senator, there was an enormous amount of real emotion and pretty heartbreaking stories that we're hearing. at the heart of this is this imbalance between supply and demand that we're seeing in Australia, particularly for red wine. Resolving this imbalance is fundamental to driving those stronger commercial relationships along the supply chain. The Code of Conduct for Australian wine grape purchase is a critical tool for fostering fair, equitable and mutually beneficial relationships between growers and winemakers. I won't go too much into it. You've heard a lot about the code already today, but what I will note is that over time it has evolved and it's been able to react to things as they've come up. So we've seen improvements in things like minimum standards for grape purchasing agreements, quality assessments and payment terms over time. We've also worked hard to increase the number of signatories to the code, going from about 44 when it was first developed to 83 most recently, and that represents roughly more than half of all wine grape purchases in the country. Of course, we want to see more coverage than that. Despite these improvements, we can understand there's a growing discussion about the need for a mandatory code, or the value of a mandatory code. We hear that loud and clear. While AGW, as we're known, has a preference for preserving the voluntary code that we have and strengthening it, we are also open-minded to looking at what regulation could look like in the future, or further regulation. But to Mr. Petty's point earlier today, consultation will be critical in any of that. There are real potential risks associated with mandating a code, particularly when we don't know what that code actually looks like in practice. So we're crystal ball gazing a little bit. We don't want to set unrealistic expectations about what a code can actually achieve. And we really want to make sure that we're recognising, as the ACCC did, that our sector is incredibly diverse, 65 regions, more than 100 varieties, and lots of different business models within that. So in conclusion, supply and demand remains that critical issue for us. That's what we're trying to work on that with government at the moment. But we are open to having those conversations about how we can improve commercial dealings over time as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Finally, my fault.
Just a question, Dr. Cole. Can we market our way out of the problem that the wine industry in Australia has currently got?
Can you
market our way out of the challenges that are before the industry?
I think yesterday we just published an update to our stock to sales ratio. This is an annual survey that we do on behalf of the sector. There are some pleasing trends and directions there, but so the stock to sales ratio is down to still above the 10-year average, but at 1.83. That's for reds. So whites are in balance, reds are in oversupply still. The reason why that has come down is because of the two last year's vintages, though. It's really on the supply side. Yeah. So I think the answer's not, kind of one thing or the other. I think we probably are going to still continue to have an issue with oversupply. The China numbers are very pleasing in terms of exports. So I think our last export report talked about over 600 million in value, but it's principally a premium play, China at the moment, and so it's not really alleviating from a volume standpoint. So that's the equivalent of 600 million litres. So even with the pleasing trends, we're still dealing with an oversupply. So all of the things that we are talking about in terms of both on the supply side, getting better handle on the supply side, to the work we're proposing to do on the National Vineyard Register to actually get better data to inform decisions on the supply side, but market diversification and all of the promotion work we do is also going to be just as important, but no silver bullet, I'm afraid.
Yeah. It seems quite extraordinary that we're sitting here in 2024 and we don't even know how many grapes we've got in the ground or what they are.
That's correct.
But are you seeing any resistance from growers providing you with that information?
We did quite an extensive consultation with the One Sector Plan, and that was, I think, overwhelmingly positive to get that information. We also did quite a bit of consultation through the Viticulture and Wine Working Party, and that was positive too. It's a polarising issue. We are getting some folks saying that they're kind of negative towards that, but overwhelmingly I think most people are seeing the benefit for that work. We have some pieces of the jigsaw. So in South Australia, you'll know with Vine
Phylloxera.
Health, with the phylloxera, yeah, we have very good data. Some of the folks that you've heard from today play a role for their region. Paul DeRigo, Jeremy Cassidy wasn't here today. They play a role in their regions, in terms of grape growers, providing that service. But it's not in a form that's joined up nationally where we can actually do some predictions. What's in the ground by region, by variety. That information, I think, will be a critical piece to understanding the supply and demand side. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Keegan, by the very nature of why you're here, the Code Management Committee, I'm really interested to understand, where do you sit as a committee in relation to the success or otherwise of the current voluntary code?
I think I look back on the detail of the examples of the code with disputes and acknowledgements to the Secretariat, and we're watching that curve fall away. I think 6 or 7 years ago there was maybe 50 notifications, and then 34 down to sort of a handful at the moment. I think the voluntary code is very effective when you've got signatories and participants that are just in a disagreement. What I find is it's where there's non-signatories or participants operating outside of that. This year, AGW created an environment where if a grower just had an issue, they weren't sure on what they were doing, they weren't understood the process from a code point of view, they could contact AGW and they would get an opportunity to have an independent, confidential conversation. This year that was with me, and so I would have growers call me and ask me questions about a scenario. They just want to bounce something off the wall. I think probably more than half of those conversations were pertaining to non-signatories, and so I'm not a lawyer and I'm not their lawyer. I'm just trying to create opportunities for them and explain to them how they may go about managing some of those issues.
So taking that one step further, what do you think the main benefits of moving to a mandatory code would be, and what are the downsides that you can see from where you're sitting?
Yeah, look, I think the main benefit of going to a mandatory position is if I had a magic wand, I'd have everybody as a signature. So that would be one of the criteria, depending on the thresholds and the nature of that, the detail, which obviously we don't understand at this point in time. One of my concerns from a mandatory perspective is, again, I don't know what I don't know about how the market will morph on that. What are the unintended consequences? And I recently gave a presentation along with the ACCC and Bruce Bills, and my comments were that I used an example. I'm a CEO of a grape growing entity, but if I took that hat off and put myself as a CEO of a small to medium wine business, how would I react? What would I do if certain hurdles and scenarios were put in my place? And I think we heard earlier from some of the growers earlier this morning saying that there's a fear that we might see the market shift towards wine buying. And as a consequence, my biggest fear as a grape grower today is that I'm not worried about price, I'm just worried about someone buying my grapes. So I don't yet have the luxury on many of my grapes is to worry about price. I just don't have a home for it. And therefore, from a perspective, if I don't have the home for it, and the market morphs to a wine buying situation, then I've got a decision to make. I either have to become a winemaker or make some structural changes to the business.
So just, you made some comments, I think you're in your other submissions around supply chain. So we're talking here about a code that potentially could become mandatory between the relationship between the grower and the producer or the manufacturer. Mm-hmm. I'm interested to understand what your role as the Code Committee is in understanding you've then got to move up to the next level in the supply chain, which is obviously in Australia, your retailer, and then internationally the global market. I'm just interested to understand if you put a mandatory code in this piece of the relationship, what then do you think is likely to happen on the next piece of the relationship if there isn't a similar sort of mandatory requirement for behaviour? Which you can't do in an international marketplace, but I suppose you can within a domestic marketplace. It sort of seems to me that without the continuum of sort of mandating throughout the sort of whole supply chain, it's all going to end up at the place where it breaks.
Yeah, Senator, probably a difficult one for me to answer simply because at the at the Code Management Committee, I'm 100% focused on that grower to winemaker relationship as my day job, where I'm a commercial grape grower. I don't necessarily interact with the supply chain, the retail or that space. So,
but your decisions are going to impact on that supply chain, because as soon as you put an artificial sort of impediment into a system, there will be consequences, and you need to understand what those consequences are. When we heard earlier comments similar to your concerns about what happens to the market if you do this, and you end up with a market that doesn't actually buy grapes anymore, or a market that just sort of trades in bulk wine. I mean, I'm keen to understand, there is a very strong view that has been expressed today by growers that they want greater protection and support around their contractual arrangements with the people they're supplying their grapes to, and I don't think anybody can blame them for that. But we need to be really clear about, if you do that, what are the consequences. So who is best placed to provide that accurate information if it isn't the Code Committee itself?
About the further reaching implications of putting
if we are going to put a mandatory code in place, we need to be very clear about what's going to happen. Because the last thing you want to do is, for all the best intentions, to actually cause the grape growers a bigger problem they've currently got. Oh, please,
perhaps, Senator, I might shed some light on this. In the review process that Dr. Emerson is undertaking at the moment, he is looking at the entire supply chain from the vineyard through to the retail shelf. That's the first time anyone has ever really taken that whole of supply chain look within Australia, notwithstanding the fact that it's very difficult to look at export markets. But there is a body of work being undertaken at the moment. Again, to my earlier point, when we're talking about codes, mandating codes, we need to know what they actually look like and what they mean. So there needs to be a really strong level of consultation right across that value chain. I note that some of the previous people who've spoken today have mentioned the need for that sort of look at the entire supply chain. That's something that we support as well. Although ascertaining exactly what that code looks like and what's going to be helpful on the supply chain is still yet to be determined. But I think there is absolutely value in having that visibility of how those relationships are playing out right along the chain.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I might go to you next, Senator. I'm going to have a few questions to wrap it up.
Thank you. Mr. Keegan, you have an interesting perspective from a range of different viewpoints about what's happening in the industry. I wonder if you have any general observations to make about power in the industry between smaller inland growers, for example, and wine makers, because I think that's at the heart of a lot of the evidence we've heard.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. At the end of the day, you've heard on several occasions in different market environments, I've seen the power go in the other direction, and I used to use the analogy as to who's got the baseball bat, as to depending on where the market is from a supply-demand perspective, and I've seen growers use that baseball bat in a way that I don't think is necessarily correct, and similarly I've seen decisions come back the other way that are harsh and pretty tough. I think as a supply chain, maybe to Senator Ruston's comment, end-to-end supply chain is what we really need to be. We need to be symbiotic, not parasitic, and we need to do everything that we can, and every step that we make, and whether we end up with a mandatory code, is to try to build symbiosis into the relationship, not a parasitic situation, because for too long our industry has been through this boom and bust cycle, and we continue to replicate that if we don't change the way we go about doing that. I would sort of, and again, my earlier point, I feel the responsibility of being chair of the Vignerons Committee heavily, because I do sit at a table, I do have the ability to have conversations across the table with some of the largest wine companies and pass comment on how we go about interacting with each other. And there's some fantastic examples, and we've heard a few examples where wine companies have gone above and beyond to help growers in difficult situations. I think I reflect on the fact that the situation at the moment is so tough. It's the toughest I've ever seen in my career. And even those friendships, those long-term, decade-long relationships are starting not be enough. You know, when we get on an aeroplane, we're told when the mask falls down, put the mask on yourself first and then worry about the kids. And I think we're in such a duress that we're not far off that. Each business has got to look after themselves to get through, and we're seeing these short-term reactive thinking. And you've heard again multiple times today that whether it's mandatory, prescribed, voluntary, that's not fundamentally going to change our supply-demand situation. And I just see so much duress, and we point at these different things, but really, you know, if we had a better balance, then I think some of those issues become secondary issues. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't be the best that we can be in the systems that we put in place, and maybe think to the future about the next time. But it's fundamentally a situation where that supply-demand imbalance is super tough.
I think you said in your opening comments that we mustn't be place unrealistic expectations on the code to deliver a rescue in what's a very extreme set of circumstances. I take that point. But we also have heard from growers who are in extremis, who don't have much power, who feel intimidated about even asking about price. In this circumstance, the code is applying to some, and we've heard some evidence of very good practices well beyond and above the code standards, but other places where that is not the case. And growers are looking to the Senate and putting evidence forward to argue for a minimum set of protections. In that light, in an industry in extremis, can you understand that argument and see merit in it?
Yeah, no, definitely, Senator. And again, I feel the responsibility of sitting across tables like this with the major winemakers, and if I become aware of those, then I'm prosecuting those arguments and asking for people to be accountable for the decisions that we're making, and reminding everybody that behind every tonne is a human being, and human beings in serious, you know, risk of well-being, and that we all need to look beyond the tonne and the dollar and be human beings at the end of it. So you know, the duress is palpable in that context, but again, we need to be careful about the solution that we got, or you know, climbing the ladder and making sure it's leaning up against the right wall in the context of what we're trying to achieve.
And Mr. McLean, you said you remained open-minded about the role of the code becoming mandatory. Do you see benefits out of it becoming mandatory?
Potentially, Senator. Notwithstanding the fact that we don't know exactly what we're talking about, but if we set that aside, I mean, I think Ashley's talked about levelling the playing field for participants in the industry. That's a potential benefit, removing some of the outliers in terms of the coverage. So there are potential benefits if it's designed in the right way, if it bears in mind the difference between commercial relationships in regions like this and commercial relationships in other parts of the country, for instance, large and small. There is, you know, any number of different sort of business models in our sector that need to be considered, and I think the ACCC was spot on in 2019 when they had a good look at through their own market study. They sort of noted that complexity in our industry compared to some of the more commoditised agricultural sectors. So, you know, this is a really complex issue, and I don't think that there is necessarily a simple answer, but there may be some aspects that can be codified and made mandatory that we need to have a think about.
So consultation's critical, size of enterprise is really important, and differences between regions and elements of the market, segments of the market, all need to be attended to.
That's right, and I mean, just a couple of we talked about the potential benefits. In terms of the other side of the coin, though, I mean, I see risks in terms of mandating something that becomes too rigid, that it's unable to respond to issues as they come up. That's one of the benefits of having a voluntary code with a code committee that can look at issues that need addressing, and they can address them relatively quickly and easily. The other thing that I'm conscious of always is, in the current environment in particular, we want to see more competition for wine grapes in the market, not less. And if we're getting to a point where a code is mandated that becomes burdensome, that becomes very difficult to manage and deal with, we may actually see less competition in the sector, and that's not going to be a good outcome for anyone.
But we are seeing less competition. We are seeing concentration in some elements of the wine, which is one of the reasons why we're here, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think there is a difference between the commercial drivers of that consolidation and a regulatory driver.
Yeah, regulatory. We don't want to get it wrong. Wine Australia was pretty agnostic on the code. Are you opposed to a mandatory code?
We can't take, given our role under the Act, we can't take a position on the code. What we can do is support wherever we can in terms of data. One of the things we've done since the ACCC, the last time ACCC had a good look at this in 2019, is we've done a lot of work to try and build a dashboard to give that sort of some of the things that were previous speakers were talking about in terms of how do we get an indication, more transparency around the price. However, global price indicator is based on macroeconomic trends, bulk wine prices, previous prices. So that at least tries to give, through data and insights, tries to level the playing field. But that's our role, really, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for remaining unclear. I see your rationale for it, and thanks very much for your evidence.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Just a few quick questions for me before we wrap up. So we've obviously been quite focused on a very specific situation here today that involved Accolades and CCW. It is the reason we're having the inquiry. Just wanted to go back. When we first spoke to you guys in Canberra earlier this year about this situation, my understanding was it wasn't reported to Australian Grape and Wine that there'd been an issue around arbitration. Is that correct?
Correct. I was unaware of that.
Yeah. Okay. So how does it occur where you get a major wine growing group, 400 or 500 wine growers and one of the biggest wine makers in the country, and they can go to an arbitration and you're not involved? Mr. Keegan and the committee, I think I'm not sure. I'm not saying it's your fault, by the way.
I understand. So normally with a dispute, the process is the dispute's raised with the Secretariat,
right.
And often it's after the fact that we become aware of those disputes because of the Secretariat deals with that individuals and puts in place the independent expert. With the informal conversations that I've had conversations about who are the independent experts and how do I go about triggering that. I direct them then to the Secretariat to talk about that. So it's not until we meet 3 times a year, and it's not until either I hear it on the grapevine or it's a meeting afterwards where we're looking at reviewing a post-vintage review of the disputes.
So how could things have been done differently or more effectively then if there'd been under the code as it exists at the moment, if there'd been, I suppose, if not a mandated process, an understood process that the Code Committee would have been informed about it, you may have been able to monitor the situation. Are you aware of a third-party arbitration where someone hasn't abided by the decision of the arbitrator?
No, only subsequent to that.
Only subsequent to that. Yeah. When the other key witnesses today, the winemakers, hadn't been in that situation or heard of it. So maybe it is unique.
Yeah.
I'm trying to struggle with this to find out this myself.
My experience from the examples is, I think, as Fiona alluded to before, the majority of that goes to the Secretariat. The Secretariat explains the situation and encourages the grower to go back and talk one-on-one with the customer. And most of them are sorted out at that level now. We're only seeing sort of independent experts trigger on, a very small. That doesn't mean that someone hasn't gone in independently and looked at it. It just means that it hasn't gone through the dispute process. It's just gone through a normal negotiation between 2 parties.
Very good point about where it's an academic discussion about what a mandated code might look like. But if it was something as simple as mandating participation in the current voluntary code with all its standards, and if it goes to a third-party dispute, hopefully that can be avoided. But if it does, and someone doesn't abide by that, then there's penalties. Is that a reasonable basis to have a mandated code if you are going to get bad faith actors who aren't going to abide by third-party decisions?
that doesn't seem an unreasonable expectation, Senator.
No, it doesn't, does it? I'm just trying to wonder why it does. It might seem unreasonable to some people. I think we can draw our own conclusions if that's the case. But yeah, so obviously you have minimum prices, and I think you could include in that. But if we're just dealing with the current situation and saying you have to abide by the umpire's decision, and obviously in a very difficult, tough time for both the winemaker and the wine growers, I accept that. That might be something that, anyway, we can look at in our evidence as a committee. In terms of representation, and I'm sorry, my brain's definitely slowed down this time of the afternoon. I can't remember the exact committee that was raised with us where there was 8 to 2.
It was in the wine and...
It might have been Australian Winegrape.
Yeah.
Might have been even the Code of Conduct Committee.
No, that's 4 and 4.
Okay, all right. Where you have 8 winemakers and 2 growers, and one of them growers is a winemaker as well.
So perhaps I can shed some light on that,
Yeah.
that Senator. So we have a board of 16 people and an independent chair, so it's a rather big board. Of that, there are 4 groups of 4, so there's 4 different membership committees. One is a large winemakers committee, one is a medium winemakers committee, small winemakers, and then we have a vignerons committee as well, of which Mr. Keegan is the chair of that vignerons committee. Around that table, there is no, in every decision we seek to make around that board, or the board seeks to make, I should say, generally speaking, we seek consensus on issues. So there is a real determination to get behind closed doors, to talk about the big issues, to listen to growers, to listen to winemakers, and thrash out a position that we can take forward. I think one of the things in some of the submissions that's been raised, and I think it was sort of alluded to today as well, is that maybe that balance is out of whack. The issue that I identify with that is that I think it's a bit of a false dichotomy just to talk about grape growers and winemakers in our sector. There are grape growers, there's winemakers, there's processors, it's a really diverse sector. The principle for me is to make sure that we've got the right settings there to enable that sort of professional discussion and come out the other side of that discussion with a unified voice. That's what we work to try to do.
Can I just still follow up there? You would have seen submissions which suggest growers feel underrepresented and aren't heard, and also concern about not being able to go public with where they disagree. I mean, in a Senate hearing, you can publicly disagree through subsequent the way our reports are structured. Why wouldn't that be possible for you? And what do you say to the growers who feel they are underrepresented in your industry body?
Yeah, it's interesting, Senator. I guess I volunteer, and I'm continually on the hunt for volunteers to come and sit in my vignerons committee, and everybody's welcome. And I've often said that my volunteer seat on the boards you're welcome to take as well. I feel really importantly, I sit around that table with, and I walk in that room with the fiduciary responsibility that all directors have to act in the best interest of the organisation. But without fear nor favour, our job is to sit there and prosecute whatever debate, whatever argument that is. And I sit around with some really high calibre individuals who take that philosophy into the table. I think if you just look at a number base, that's not how a board operates. That's not our responsibility when we get into that room. We debate vigorously anything that we need to do. And I've never been silenced. I've never walked out of it or thought my voice hasn't been heard. And I think great organisations, all stakeholders need to be able to answer the question as to whether their opinion counts. And I'm very confident I walk out of the AGW board and I can answer the yes to that.
Okay. Can I just check with you? Just the previous witness, Accolade, said that their third-party arbitration negotiations were covered by commercial in confidence. Is that your understanding?
Yeah. Look, to be frank,
is that normal in a third-party arbitration in disputes within the code? Within the code,
then normally the outcomes are confidential in the context, and most contracts have got some level of confidentiality clause in them, even a standard grape supply contract. So, I'm not aware of the details, so it's
no, that's
difficult
okay.
for me to
But
answer.
is that part of the problem as to why you weren't, for example, informed? Because they were commercial in confidence negotiations? They didn't feel like they were able to or should?
That's possible. Without knowing the detail of whatever arrangement was, it's difficult for me to comment.
Yeah. Or is it that fear of retribution again?
Look, the fear of retribution is an interesting discussion. I think that we'd be naive to not think that in the duress that we're in, where there's a gating mechanism going on, and as a grower, I think about that. But at the same time, I've given a recent presentation where I said to all growers that it's okay to disagree, because you can disagree without being disagreeable. The major wine companies that I deal with 40 of them, I very rarely come across any situation where I can't have a solid conversation with them and discuss it, whether it be at an empirical science level or a commercial level, the outcomes of that. I think we need to be a bit careful about that sort of general statement in that context.
But most of us aren't murderers. We have a law that prevents us, those who are, brought to justice. So regulation's not about all the really good people who sincerely act with integrity, is it? It's about trying to make sure we regulate those who don't.
Correct, but I also, in my recent presentation, said to growers, I've got a long memory, and this cycle will turn at some point in time. Yeah. And as growers, we need to use that choice and reap what we sow from a supply chain perspective as well.
Just an academic interest to me in this discussion. There's a spot price for wholesale wine. Is there a reason why there hasn't been a futures market developed for wine? I know I might have mentioned this before, because it seems like there's pretty decent volume. I know there's concentration in terms of owners, but surely third-party participants in the market could provide a bit of depth and activity in the market, like we see in other agricultural.
Yeah, there is in every other major commodity.
Yeah, I'd love for us to be a more efficient market under the definition of efficient market, but those definitions of an efficiency is that ubiquity of knowledge, that ease of frictionless transactions and we don't have that. It takes me 4 years to get a grapevine in the ground and bring that to market, and it's difficult from a I think fundamentally we're sitting here because we saw 40% of our market disappear overnight, and that's really difficult to engineer around. And
that kind of volatility would be very attractive to traders, though. I'm not saying that traders are good things, by the way, but is it because there's also just a lack of information, and obviously markets rely on information to be efficient?
So my personal view on that, Senator, is that yes, that's right. I mean, traditionally we haven't had, as Mr. Cole alluded to, we haven't had that sort of coverage of what's in the ground, what's coming out, what's coming online and when. So that would seem to me to be fundamental to any sort of futures market discussion. But the idea does resonate with me as well. I can't speak to why it hasn't happened in the past aside from that information piece, but it's something that I think is absolutely worthy of exploration.
Because it seems to me that as a market economist, if you're coming out to a major price disclosure like we did on the second Wednesday of December, that the spot market should be moving with the current setting of the new prices. If it was efficient, you'd see that. Maybe it's a PhD topic for someone one day, but it seems to me that if you can buy that wholesale wine that's already made and then bottle it and brand it and distribute it, you'd be looking at closely at buying a wholesale product versus buying grapes and crushing them and doing it yourself. I know there's capital spent by these big wineries, but yeah, it's an interesting market.
Some of that goes on when you're in the AUSParliament. Some of that goes on.
Yeah.
Not to the scale that you're talking about, but you do see some of that when the trading conditions the other way.
Okay. Well, sorry we didn't have you. Well, actually, we've nearly done our full-time allotment, but we are running over time. But that is the end of the program today. So I just want to thank all the witnesses for giving their evidence and time today, especially those who've travelled to Renmark. If you've undertaken to provide additional material or notice, please provide it to the Secretary as soon as possible, no later than midday Friday, 20th of December. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you again to all the witnesses who appeared, and to the Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, and of course to the Secretariat as always. And the committee now stands adjourned.